The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 26, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Henry C. Johnson, Jr. to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Almighty God, we lift up our voices to you. We come into your presence with singing. Granted, some of us can only make a joyful noise, and others are hard-pressed to carry anything close to a melodious tune, but we rejoice knowing you are the one who made us. We each belong to you. In this we find our delight. So may we serve you with gladness, that our voices would speak of your infinite goodness. Give us gentle words to turn away the asperity of dissent and divisiveness. Restrain our harsh words, that we would not contribute to quarrels nor fuel dispute. We are the sheep of your pasture. May we enter your gates with praise. May we fill your courts, this chamber, with thanksgiving. For you, the Lord, are good, and your steadfast love endures forever. Your faithfulness is to all generations. In the joy of your name we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Representative Capter.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentle lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to urge passage of the bipartisan Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act that Congressman Kinzinger and I have introduced. Central and Eastern European nations are working to develop the modern telecommunications infrastructure necessary to facilitate global connectivity in the 21st century. At the same time, China, through its Belt and Road Initiative, is strategically inducing dependence on its financing and technology to construct these projects, endangering liberty and security. 5G technology represents the future of global communications, and we mustn't allow those who are hostile to freedom and democracy to dominate this technological space and undermine stability. Our allies need American financing and partnership. And through the Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act, let us construct and deploy the state-of-the-art networks that will spur economic prosperity and connect people and communities. I invite all my colleagues to join us in this bill. We must stand with our European allies against the threats posed by foreign adversaries, and please help us pass the Transatlantic Telecommunications Security Act without delay. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, last week I visited the police officers in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, to hear firsthand about the drug epidemic that is facing communities in my district. One of the officers told me a story of how just the night before he recovered over 150 bags of heroin after receiving a 911 call for a man abusing a puppy on a public street. The story gets to the heart of what these deadly drugs do to our communities. Instead of addressing this crisis by securing our border, President Biden has chosen to end Title 42, a program that has helped our Border Patrol agents protect Americans. It's time to fight the drug epidemic that has allowed heroin, crack cocaine, and fentanyl to take the lives of so many Pennsylvanians, so many Americans. It's time to secure our border and make Title 42 the law of the land. It's time to face the drug crisis head on. It's time to protect all of our communities. Thank you, and I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we find ourselves in an unguided, misguided debate about the fundamental concept of our nation of immigrants. We find ourselves in a debate trying to deny what we really are, a nation of immigrants. Let me remind you, Mr. Speaker, on average, TPS holders have lived in the United States for over 22 years, many of them hailing from Latin American countries. Redesignating and designating TPS will be a wise thing for over 2 million people already residing in the United States of America. In addition, Mr. Speaker, families have to wait often decades before they reunite with their family members, sometimes 4 decades, 3 decades before they reunite with their children. 4 million people are waiting to reunite with their families. United families are stronger. United families make America stronger. Let's unite the families. That is a family value. Unity of the family is a family value that we must protect. We are a nation of immigrants, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April is Financial Literacy Month, the perfect time to remind Americans just how financially irresponsible Democrats are. Democrats have used the pocketbooks of hardworking Americans to fund a multi-trillion-dollar spending spree and now have the audacity to deny responsibility for the inflation crisis. This includes extending the student loan repayment moratorium 3 times, costing taxpayers over $150 billion. Democrats are financially irresponsible and are dragging student borrowers along with them. In January, the administration announced it would no longer require borrowers to sign an online acknowledgement about their total student debt each year before taking out additional loans. We should make it easier for student borrowers to understand the gravity of taking out tens of thousands of dollars in student loan debt, not hiding it from them. Democrats' policies don't promote financial literacy, they promote financial illiteracy. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the accomplishments of an engineer from my district. Yaleris Hernandez of Clinton was recently recognized by the National Association of Manufacturers with the Women in Manufacturing Step Ahead Awards. This award is awarded to women who have demonstrated exceptional leadership in the manufacturing field. Diversity is a passion of Yaleris as she serves on Lyondell Basel's Diversity Equity Leadership Council, striving to implement diversity in the workforce. In the community, Yaleris also sits on the local economic board, leading development between schools and corporations to create jobs for Iowa students. Yaleris volunteers in the local Introduce a Girl to Engineering program, which is a mentorship for girls interested in STEM careers. Yaleris' dedication to promoting diversity and STEM for young girls is why she is worthy of receiving such a prestigious award. I am so proud to represent distinguished women like Yaleris and cannot wait to see her continued impact in the district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Midlands of South Carolina were shocked to learn of the shooting death Sunday of Casey Police Officer Andrew Drew Barr, age 27. Killed in the line of duty, Officer Barr was a brave, dedicated public servant who will always be cherished as a champion for law and order. Officer Barr was familiar with the danger. Shortly after graduating from the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy in 2017, he and another Casey police officer were shot during an incident that involved a car chase and foot pursuit. They were awarded medals for bravery. Quote, "Our hearts are breaking in Casey. Officer Drew Barr has been an important part of the Casey family since 2016," heralded Casey Mayor Elise Parton. Quote, "Officer Barr gave the ultimate sacrifice for us to make us safe," confirmed Casey Police Chief Chris Cowan. Casey is fortunate with Mayor Parton and Chief Cowan with a law enforcement experienced Councilman Tim James. Our prayers for the family of Texas National Guardsman Bishop Evans, who was a hero trying to protect the drug-infested southern border. God bless Ukraine. God bless President Vladimir Zelensky. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 200th birthday of our 18th United States President, Ulysses S. Grant. President Grant was born in Point Pleasant, located in Claremont County in Ohio's 2nd Congressional District. When Ulysses was a child, the Grant family moved to Brown County, also in Ohio's 2nd District, and there he was educated before accepting a nomination to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Following his commissioning, Grant served in the Mexican-American War and most notably, the Civil War, where he became Commanding General of the United States Army in 1864. General Grant oversaw the surrender of General Lee at Appomattox Courthouse and served as Commanding General of the Army until he was elected President in 1868. He served 2 terms as President, overseeing the beginning of the Reconstruction era in the United States. President Grant is the general who saved the Union. He was a great leader who left his mark in American history. We should all seek to follow his example and leadership. I'm honored to have President Grant's birthplace in Ohio's 2nd Congressional District, a true landmark of our nation's history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute.
Gentlewoman, without objection, is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today on behalf of Florida's 20th Congressional District to recognize the necessary work of the National Infertility Association in honor of National Infertility Awareness Week. This week brings together millions of Americans who want to remove the stigma and the barriers that stand in the way of building families. 1 in 8 couples have trouble getting pregnant or sustaining pregnancies, and many more people face barriers to building a family. Through national media, social media, and fundraising, the infertility community will take action to increase awareness of infertility in order to remove stigmas and improve access to healthy family building options. I hope we do the same thing for infertility issues like we did for the Affordable Insulin Act. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, U.S. District Judge Catherine Mazel avoided President Biden and the CDC's overbearing and unnecessary mask mandate for airplanes and public transportation. After the announcement, I saw many videos online of many flyers and flight attendants joyously ripping off their masks to celebrate. I had urged, along with many other colleagues in a couple of different letters to the President, to allow the mask mandate to expire a few months ago. So finally, I was relieved and pleased to hear of this announcement by the judge. Our celebration was short-lived, however, as the Biden administration soon announced they would sue to try and repeal the judge's ruling and force back in place mask mandates for people traveling. Science has repeatedly found that the masks are not nearly as effective at preventing the spread of COVID as previously they had thought. It really boils down to that government likes controlling people with this. They like scaring them. They like putting them in a box and saying, if you don't do this, you might die. And so people, if they're forced into having mask mandates on public transportation, once again, there's going to be a lot of anger coming out that no midterms,
Gentleman's
nothing else
time
is
has
going to save the
expired.
people forcing this on us. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6445.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 190, H.R. 6445, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require an annual report on entrepreneurial development programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I would like to thank all of our members for their tireless work on the bills before us today. As we head into National Small Business Week, the legislation we are passing today showcases the bipartisan nature of our committee and highlights how Congress supports the American entrepreneurial spirit. I rise today in support of H.R. 6445, the Small Business Development Center Improvement Act of 2022, introduced by Representative Golden from Maine and the late Representative Hagedorn from Minnesota. I would like to take a moment to remember the late Representative Hagedorn and his work as a member of the Small Business Committee. Before and throughout his illness, Mr. Hagedorn maintained his steadfast commitment to small businesses. My thoughts continue to be with Mr. Hagedorn's family, friends, and staff. Today's bill is a testament to his dedication to his community and small firms, and I'm glad to honor his memory with this legislation. H.R. 6445 strengthens SBA's largest resort partner, the Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, network by modernizing the program to meet the needs of today's small businesses and entrepreneurs. SBDCs deliver free face-to-face and virtual counseling and training in all aspects of business management to small business owners and entrepreneurs across the country. The services include assisting entrepreneurs with developing a business plan, accessing capital, creating a marketing plan, procuring government contracts, strengthening cybersecurity protections, and entering into international trade. Throughout their network of 62 lead centers, managing nearly 1,000 outreach locations, SBDCs assist small business owners and entrepreneurs throughout the country. SBDCs are a remarkable investment of taxpayers' dollars, with every federal dollar spent on the SBDC program generating $1.99 in federal revenue, a nearly 100% return on investment. To build on this success, H.R. 6445 increases the authorization level to $175 million for the next 4 fiscal years, allowing the program to grow and reach more of America's 30 million small firms. The bill also clarifies that SBDCs and the SBA may actively market their services. In the Small Business Committee, we often say that SBDCs are the best kept small business secret. This bill will go a long way to ensuring more small employers and entrepreneurs are aware that free or low-cost counseling and training exists to help them on their path to success. I thank the sponsors for leading this effort to modernize and improve the SBDC program and its many valuable services. I urge members to support this bipartisan piece of legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume and rise in support of H.R. 6445, the Small Business Development Centers Improvement Act of 2022. Before we begin, I'd like to highlight next week's National Small Business Week celebration. This will be a time to honor and reflect upon some of America's hardest working businesses and their employees. It is with this in mind that I'm glad that we are gathering on the House floor today to discuss a number of bills that improve and enhance the Small Business Administration. Importantly, all 5 bills that we will be discussing today have been favorably reported out of our committee in a bipartisan manner. I'd like to thank the chair for working with me to advance these bills to the floor. The Small Business Development Centers provide valuable resources and free counseling to entrepreneurs across this great nation. This Congress, I've heard from several small businesses who have benefited from the SBDC's services. In my home state of Missouri, the Missouri Small Business Development Center helped a local brewery create a business plan and apply for a 504 loan to grow their business. They also helped a veteran-owned food shipping business scale up and find new partnerships during the pandemic. They supported countless small businesses in accessing SBA's COVID relief programs such as the Paycheck Protection Program and Economic Injury Disaster Loans. I'm grateful for their wide range of services to entrepreneurs. This important legislation will allow SBDCs to continue their important services and expand their network of small business beneficiaries through marketing. This legislation also ensures SBDC client information is protected and that cooperation, communication, and collaboration between SBA and SBDC networks is improved. I'd like to thank Mr. Golden for working on this legislation and the late Jim Hagedorn. As we all know, Jim was a champion for small businesses and a truly invaluable member of our Small Business Committee. He will certainly be missed. He leaves a huge hole on our side of the aisle with regards to the support of small businesses, and we remember him today. I'd also like to thank the chair for working with me in a bipartisan manner to advance this bill. I urge my colleagues to ensure that SBDCs can continue serving our small business constituents and communities and to support H.R. 6445, which was passed favorably out of our committee by a voice vote and passed the House in a similar form last Congress. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close if the ranking member doesn't have any further speakers.
I'm ready to close as well.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Small Business Development Center Network is critical in assisting our small business owners during their entrepreneurial business journey. H.R. 6445 will enhance and improve this journey and ensure the program remains strong and vibrant. On behalf of America's small businesses, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6445 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no question that we need to support the cornerstone of the SBA's entrepreneurial programs, the Small Business Development Centers. SBDCs are SBA's premier resource partner with centers in communities across the country. Their free or low-cost counseling and training have helped sustain small businesses and entrepreneurs throughout the pandemic. H.R. 6445 continues the long tradition of SBDC work to meet the ever-evolving needs of America's entrepreneurs as they emerge from the pandemic. Strengthening the SBDC network will in turn provide the support our small businesses need in order to thrive. Today's bill is endorsed by America's SBDCs, an association representing the 63 SBDC networks and their nearly 1,000 centers. I want to thank Mr. Golden and remember the late Mr. Hagedorn for their bipartisan work on this bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6445? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6441.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 188, H.R. 6441, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to improve the Women's Business Center program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Luke Meyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I might consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6441, the Women's Business Center Improvement Act of 2022. This bill will modernize and strengthen the Small Business Administration's Women Business Center program to better serve America's women entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses. I want to thank Ms. Davis and Ms. Tenney for their meaningful work to ensure women entrepreneurs across the country have continued access to vital counseling and training. WBCs are a critical component of SBA's resource partner ecosystem, assisting women in communities across the country, particularly those that are socially and economically disadvantaged. The WBC program funds more than 100 centers nationwide and offers a full range of counseling and training services for all stages of business development. Many of the WBCs provide multilingual services, maintain evening and weekend hours to accommodate clients who work full-time and provide child care. In fiscal year 2020, with the additional funding provided by the CARES Act, the WBC program increased the reach by 22% and trained and advised more than 82,000 clients, helping them create nearly 30,000 small businesses. As we all know, women were particularly hard hit by the pandemic. Women-owned businesses closed at higher rates than their male counterparts, as women disproportionately left the workforce to be the primary caregivers for their families. That is why I am pleased to support the Women's Business Centers Improvement Act of 2022, which increases the program's annual authorization level and increases the cap on individual center grants. By doing so, more established centers can expand their reach to greater number of women. Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume and rise in support of H.R. 6441, the Women's Business Centers Improvements Act of 2022.
Gentleman is recognized.
Women's Business Centers, WBCs, support over 150,000 women entrepreneurs each year through training, mentoring, business development, and financing opportunities. This legislation, H.R. 6441, will bring increased oversight to the WBC program and long overdue modernizations. This legislation improves collaboration with the SBA's Office of Women's Business Ownership and requires the SBA to provide an annual report to Congress to measure the effectiveness of WBC program. We've found that we've got some problems with some of the WBC offices, and this legislation will help weed out the bad actors by requiring SBA to develop policies and procedures to reduce the possibility of awarding grants to a WBC that will likely not remain in compliance with the program. This important legislation will not only ensure the integrity of the WBC program, but also supports female entrepreneurs in their business ventures. I also like to thank Ms. Davids and Ms. Tinney for working in a bipartisan manner to ensure this bill reached the House floor. I also like to thank the chair for advancing this bill. I encourage all my colleagues to support H.R. 6441, which was unanimously reported out of our committee and has previously passed the House floor in a similar form. With that, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Kansas and chair of the Subcommittee on Economic Growth, Tax, and Capital Subcommittee, Ms. Davis.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Velasquez, and to our ranking member for all the work you're doing on the Small Business Committee. I rise today to urge my colleagues to stand up for the small business owners in their community and vote for my bill to support the women's business centers. Women are the engine of our economy. Women-owned businesses employ 9.4 million people nationwide, contributing $1.2 trillion to our economy each year. When we invest in the success of women, we're giving our entire economy a boost. Women's business centers are an effective resource that reach more than 88,000 entrepreneurs each year through training, mentorship, and counseling. In 2020 alone, the WBC program increased its outreach by 22% and helped start and sustain more than 30,000 small businesses. To put it clearly, during the pandemic, they increased their outreach. That is a solid record of success, made even more impressive by the commitment to stepping up when they were needed the most. I visited with the local Kansas City Women's Business Center in Overland Park, and they serve the Kansas City metro area and the entire state of Kansas. I've also spoken with women who have used their services, folks like Lenora, who started the Technology Group Solutions 15 years ago with the help of the Kansas City Women's Business Center. She now oversees more than 80 employees in 3 states. She told me that she hears from women who don't have the network or access to capital that they need to get their business off the ground. She sends them to the WBC because when Lenora first started her business, the center helped fill those gaps, paving the way for her to grow what is now a multi-million-dollar company. Other women I've spoken with specifically cite the WBC's evening and weekend hours and that they offer childcare during training sessions. It's those tailored services that have made these centers such a crucial contributor to the success of so many business owners. My bill, which we're voting on today, will enhance the WBC program to ensure that women entrepreneurs all across the country have access to counseling and training services. I've seen it in action, and it's why I introduced and strongly support this bipartisan piece of legislation. It would raise the cap on grants for the first time since the program began and create an accreditation system to help establish standards of excellence, ensuring that our funds are being spent wisely to help growing entrepreneurs. The Kansas City Women's Business Center served more than 800 clients last year. How many more businesses could they grow? How many more aspiring entrepreneurs could they reach with more resources? I'm proud to have introduced this important piece of legislation alongside Congresswoman Tenney, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as you may consume to Ms. Tinney from New York, who is a strong advocate for small businesses. She is a ranking member of the Small Business Subcommittee for Underserved, Agricultural, and Rural Business Development.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6441, the Women's Business Centers Improvement Act, legislation that I'm honored to lead with my colleague, Representative Sharice Davids. Female entrepreneurs and women-owned businesses play a critical role in our nation's economy. As a longtime small business owner myself and the owner of a women-owned business, I understand the challenges women-owned small businesses face, especially in rural communities. The Women's Business Center program at the Small Business Administration has been helping women overcome obstacles and build thriving businesses for over 30 years. With more than 150 locations across the nation, the Women's Business Center program provides over 150,000 female small business owners annually with resources and guidance, helping them to identify opportunities for growth. The bipartisan Women's Business Centers Improvement Act will strengthen the Women's Business Center program, increase authorized funding, and enact common sense, taxpayer protections, and oversight provisions to safeguard public dollars and to ensure that the program efficiently serves the American people. Additionally, the bill will expand the cap on grants made available under this program, which will better support our women entrepreneurs. These improvements will help the Women's Business Centers program run efficiently, expand into more communities, and like those underserved communities, particularly in my district, in Ms. David's district, and all across New York and our nation. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan Nation's Women-Owned Small Businesses Bill, and also vote yes on HR 6441. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member Luetkemeyer. I rise today in support of the Women's Business Center Improvement Act, and I want to thank Representative David Zenteni for their work on this very important and bipartisan piece of legislation. As our small business owners continue to recover from the pandemic, Congress must do everything it can to ensure access to quality entrepreneurial development resources. Underscoring the need for this bill, a recent study in partnership with the Association of Women's Business Centers found that profits for female business owners dropped by 26% from 2020 to 2021, with average profits of about $47,000 less than male-owned firms. The economic pressures of the pandemic have hit women-owned businesses particularly hard, including increasing operating expenses due to supply chain disruptions and the rising costs. As an entrepreneur myself, I recognize the challenges women business leaders face every day, and especially in this moment. And it is why I stand before you to talk about the importance of passing the Women's Business Center Improvements Act. This legislation will make needed improvements to the Small Business Administration's successful Women's Business Center program. The bill will also strengthen the Office of Women's Business Ownership and will improve coordination between the Association of Women's Business Centers and the SBA. Furthermore, this legislation allows Congress to increase funding for Women's Business Center programs, which I have been proud to advocate for, along with my colleague, Rep. Marie Newman. With these additional resources, the SBA will be able to advise and train more women entrepreneurs. I've seen the demand for such programs right in my community of Chester and Berks counties. In fact, this bipartisan effort is especially impactful for our Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which has one of the highest number of women-owned businesses in the nation. The time is now to build on that success. I thank Small Business Committee Chair Velasquez and Ranking Member Luetkemeyer again for helping to bring this important bill to a vote before the House today. I urge my colleagues to join me and to vote yes today on this bipartisan bill to support our small business owners. With that, I yield back and thank you.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
We have no further speakers. We're prepared to close.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I'm prepared to close. Okay. So the gentleman should go first, the ranking member.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The WBC program has delivered for women-owned small businesses for many years. This legislation reauthorizes the program, increases accountability and oversight, and ensures the program continues to serve our entrepreneurs in the future. With that, I urge my colleagues to support HR 6441, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, women are vital members of the nation's critical small business community and the American economy. HR 6441 will modernize and strengthen SBA's WBC program so it can meet the moment and provide the necessary resources to women, particularly the ones driven out of the workforce during the pandemic. Not only have Ms. Davis and Ms. Tenney continued their work to improve the WBC program, they have expanded upon our efforts last Congress by addressing the challenges highlighted during the public health emergency. So I thank them for this effort. And with that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6441? Those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6450.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 187, H.R. 6450, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to reauthorize the SCORE program and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6450, the SCORE for Small Business Act of 2022. America's nearly 30 million small businesses represent more than 99% of all businesses. Since its inception, the SBA has undertaken efforts to connect new entrepreneurs and small business owners with more experienced businessmen and women. SCORE, one component of SBA Resource Partner ecosystem, is uniquely situated to make these connections. SCORE's expansive network consists of entrepreneurs, business leaders, and executives who volunteer as mentors to small businesses and entrepreneurs both in person and online. SCORE volunteers provide personalized advice and pull from their personal business experience to help the next generation of business leaders. Providing consultations on topics such as business plan development, strategic marketing, and financing ideas, SCORE ensures their clients receive comprehensive counseling and training while meeting their individualized needs. In 2020, through SCORE's network of over 250 chapters and 10,000 volunteers, the program helped create over 45,000 new businesses and over 74,000 new jobs. In addition, SCORE had a return of federal investment of over $67 for every dollar of federal appropriations. Increasing funding for SCORE is important to its continued success, and I am pleased that H.R. 6450 increases its authorization to $13.5 million for 2 fiscal years. H.R. 6450 not only reauthorizes this essential program, but it also takes necessary steps to restore integrity, accounting, and performance to the program. The measures in the bill to expand and promote client and volunteer diversity will ensure SCORE can reach all of America's small business owners and entrepreneurs, no matter their background or location. I commend Representatives Young, Kim, and Angie Craig for working together to make sure that the SCORE program is strengthened while maintaining efficient and effective operations. Mr. Speaker, I urge members to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support today of H.R. 6450, the SCORE for Small Business Act. SCORE is the largest network of free private sector volunteer mentors. They provide entrepreneurs with trainings on starting a business, succession planning, and management, finance, and marketing tools. SCORE mentors have helped small businesses pivot their business model during the pandemic. They've shared marketing and data analytics expertise to help entrepreneurs grow their customer base and counsel numerous startups on the first steps to begin a business. In addition to reauthorizing the program, H.R. 6450 takes important strides to add new program safeguards, data standards, and reporting requirements. I'm confident the provisions in this bill will support small business, improve SBA's and Congress's oversight of the SCORE program, and ensure that the integrity of the SCORE Association is restored and maintained. Congresswoman Kim is a great advocate for small businesses and their resource partners, and I appreciate her work on this legislation. I also want to thank Ms. Craig and the chair for advancing this legislation. H.R. 6450 was favorably reported out of the Committee on Small Business unanimously and passed the House last Congress in a similar form. I urge my colleagues to similarly pass the bill today on the House floor. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to Ms. Kim from California, the ranking member on Small Business Subcommittee of Innovation, Entrepreneurship, and Workforce Development, a small business owner of herself and a great advocate for small businesses.
The gentlewoman is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lukemeyer, for yielding. I'd like to thank you and Chairwoman Velazquez for your leadership on the Small Business Committee. I rise in strong support of my legislation, H.R. 6450, the SCORE for Small Business Act of 2022. This bipartisan bill reauthorizes the SCORE program for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and it will allow SCORE to expand counseling and training through online webinars, electronic mentoring platforms, and online toolkits to better serve small businesses and entrepreneurs across U.S. communities, including the rural and underserved areas. Additionally, this bill would better protect taxpayers' dollars through oversight mechanisms. Since 1964, SCORE has helped over 11 million entrepreneurs to establish, expand, or service a small business. Since the COVID-19 pandemic began early 2020, SCORE has seen a 30% increase in demand for their services. And despite challenges faced, 89% of SCORE clients stayed in business throughout 2020. In 2021, the SCORE chapter in Orange County in my district helped start 269 new small businesses and create nearly 4,000 jobs. In 2019, prior to the pandemic, Orange County SCORE delivered 11,154 total services. And in 2021, they delivered 25,146 total services. This is a 125% increase and over double the rate of pre-pandemic levels. Thanks to the volunteers and mentors in SCORE, countless small businesses in my district have been able to keep their businesses running and keep their employees on their payroll. I want to thank you, my colleague Representative Craig, for your partnership on this. And I urge all my colleagues to vote yes on H.R. 6450 and allow SCORE to continue this public-private partnership to support small businesses across the country. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm also prepared to close. Mr. Speaker, small businesses consistently highlight the importance of resources to grow their business and serve their communities. The private sector-driven SCORE mentorship program is an important tool for small businesses seeking assistance and guidance during these challenging economic times. I encourage my colleagues to support H.R. 6450, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The SCORE program has made good progress improving the transparency, accountability, and efficacy of their organization. Today's legislation builds upon that progress so that a critical program can succeed well into the future. SCORE is unique among SBA resource partners in that they connect clients directly with successful business mentors who have first-hand experience and knowledge to help them with their unique situations. HR 6450 will expand SCORE's ability to reach more small business owners and entrepreneurs, particularly those in underserved and rural communities, while maintaining the program improvements SCORE has worked hard to develop. I want to thank my colleagues for their bipartisan support of the SCORE program. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
And yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6450? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4877.
The clerk will report the bill.
Union Calendar Number 185, H.R. 4877, a bill to amend the Small Business Act to require the Small Business and Agriculture Regulatory Enforcement Ombudsman to create a centralized website for compliance guides and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemire, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 4877, the One-Stop Shop for Small Business Compliance Act of 2021, which will require SBA's Office of the National Ombudsman to maintain a centralized website for regulatory compliance guides. Federal agencies are required by the Small Business Regulatory Enforcement Fairness Act to publish small entity compliance guides for each rule requiring a regulatory flexibility analysis. These compliance guides are meant to explain federal rules in easy-to-understand terms for small businesses and help them comply with federal regulations that protect our environment, health, and consumer safety. However, small businesses do not always have the resources to navigate multiple agencies' websites to find these guides. H.R. 4877 will ensure the Office of the National Ombudsman maintains an updated, centralized website containing links to each agency's small business compliance guides and their relevant points of contact. This simple step will significantly reduce the administrative burden on entrepreneurs, make compliance easier, and allow them to spend more time doing what they do best, running their businesses and creating jobs. I want to thank Representatives Delgado and Van Dyne for working in a bipartisan manner to advance this bill to assist small businesses across the country. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 4877, the One-Stop Shop for Small Business Compliance Act of 2021. Federal agencies are required to publish small business compliance guides for certain regulations. Presently, these guides are housed in different agency websites, making it difficult for small businesses to find and utilize. This bipartisan legislation will create a one-stop shop that will make it easier for small businesses to comply with federal regulations. This bill will also require the centralized website to list contact information for the appropriate agency staff who could provide regulatory assistance to small businesses. I commend the gentleman from New York, Mr. Delgado, and the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne, for working in tandem to bring this issue to the forefront. H.R. 4877 passed out of committee via voice vote, and similar language passed the House floor in the 116th Congress. I encourage all members to support this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Delgado.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To thank Chairwoman Velasquez for yielding. We all know that the past couple years have been difficult on small businesses. COVID-19 upended life as we knew it. And while America is turning a corner from the perspective of public health, the pandemic's aftershocks are still raising costs, scrambling supply chains, and disrupting labor markets. That's what I heard from folks in Cooperstown last month when I invited the SBA administrator to tour Main Street with me. It's what I heard a few days ago when I visited small businesses in Tannersville in Greene County. And it's what I regularly hear from small business owners at my town hall meetings across the district. That's why Congress should be doing everything it can to reduce burdens on small business owners. And that's why my bipartisan bill, the One Stop Shop for Small Business Compliance Act, would do. In 1996, Congress passed a law requiring federal agencies to publish easy-to-use regulation compliance guides for small businesses. A good idea, poorly implemented. The problem is these guides are housed in different agency websites, making it difficult for small businesses to find and utilize them. Want to find something for OSHA, you have to go to the OSHA website. The FTC's compliance guide, go look around at ftc.gov, so on and so forth. These guides are scattered across countless government websites. My bill is simple. It would require the Small Business Administrator's Office of the National Ombudsman to create a centralized website that houses all federal agency compliance guides in one place. By creating a one-stop shop online, we make these guides more accessible for small business owners who often lack the resources to hire staff to focus on compliance issues. The platform would also list contact information for the appropriate agency staff who can provide regulatory assistance to small businesses. Small businesses are essential elements of the economic and social fabric of upstate New York. I'm proud to co-sponsor this legislation, which will make it easier, not harder, for folks back home to run their businesses and access resources from the federal government. I want to thank Congresswoman Beth Van Duyne for her partnership on this bipartisan bill, common sense legislation. I also want to thank Chairwoman Velasquez and Ranking Member Lukemeyer for their support. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve and I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having rules of the road clearly and succinctly in one location for all small business owners is instrumental. The One Stop Shop for Small Business Compliance Act of 2021 will ensure this occurs at the SBA. Again, I want to thank the Chair for advancing this legislation that better informs the nation's small businesses, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, Mr. Chairman, or Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, small employers have experienced great hardships throughout the pandemic, but today we have the opportunity to make it easier, not harder, to comply with federal regulations. The Ombudsman's centralized website will streamline the compliance process for small businesses and ensure they have the most accurate and updated information. I again want to thank our committee members for their diligence in advancing this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 4877? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6454.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 186, H.R. 6454, a bill to clarify the primary functions and duties of the Office of Advocacy of the Small Business Administration and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, and the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lutkemeyer, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6454, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2022. Established in 1976, SBA's Office of Advocacy is the independent voice for small businesses within the federal government. The office oversees the enforcement of the Regulatory Flexibility Act and is a source for statistics and research on matters pertaining to small businesses. Over the years, advocacy's responsibilities have expanded, and participation in international regulatory cooperation and trade initiatives that impact small businesses is becoming increasingly important. H.R. 6454 makes it clear that advocacy has the authority to examine international economic data and represent small businesses in international discussions, particularly in trade negotiations. I want to thank the ranking member and Mr. Carter for their bipartisan work on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 6454, the Small Business Advocacy Improvements Act of 2022. The nation's regulatory environment directly impacts small businesses and America's entrepreneurs. With limited resources and staff, small business owners are often wearing many hats throughout the entire workday, including ensuring compliance with all federal regulations. Now more than ever, small businesses, entrepreneurs, and startups need a strong advocate in Washington supporting them when it comes to regulations. My bill, which was favorably reported out of committee by a voice vote, will improve and enhance the Office of Advocacy. H.R. 6454 will ensure the office is able to speak on international and trade matters. In addition to passing out of committee earlier this year, this legislation also passed the House floor by voice vote in the 116th Congress. Congress has the ability to structurally enhance an executive branch office that operates independently and reinforce it on behalf of small businesses. I'd like to thank my colleague, Representative Troy Carter from Louisiana, for working with me in a bipartisan manner to improve the SBA's Office of Advocacy. I want to also thank the chair for helping bring this legislation forward. I recommend a yes vote on this bill that puts America's small businesses first. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I have no further speakers. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I have no further speaker, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned earlier, the nation is getting ready to celebrate National Small Business Week. This will be a time to honor and recognize Main Street USA. Additionally, it will be a time to hear from them about what is impacting their operations and what Congress can do to support them. The 5 small business bills before us today take steps to enhance and support programs at the Small Business Administration, which is the sole federal agency that was created to assist the nation's smallest firms. I want to thank the chair for working in a bipartisan manner to advance all these bills and urge a yes vote on all of them, including H.R. 6454. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields the balance of his time. The gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SBA's Office of Advocacy works to ensure that small business interests are heard at all levels of government, because too often their voices are drowned out by larger companies. with sophisticated legal departments and armies of lobbyists. And now, as the world becomes more and more connected, participating in the global economy is vital to small business success. In order to do that, they need a strong voice advocating on their behalf. H.R. 6454 will allow the office to advocate on behalf of small businesses in international discussions, trade negotiations, and examine international economic data. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 6454? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Gentleman from Arizona seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-270.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 270, an act to amend the act entitled Act to Provide for the Establishment of the Brown versus Brown of Education National Historic Site in the State of Kansas and for other purposes, to provide for inclusion of additional related sites in the National Park System and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measures that's under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I rise in support of S-270, the Brown versus Board of Education National Historic Site Expansion Act. This bipartisan bill would rename the Brown versus Board of Education National Historic Site in the state of Kansas as the Brown versus Board of Education National Historic Park. It would also expand the park to include 4 affiliated sites in South Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, and the District of Columbia, relating to the court cases on school desegregation that were consolidated into the Supreme Court case of Brown versus the Board of Education, an acknowledgement that I think is important of the entire list of plaintiffs in that historic court decision. This legislative effort will continue to elevate the important stories and education of the civil rights movement through these affiliated sites and National Historic Park designation. This bipartisan bill passed the Senate with an amendment by voice vote in April. The House companion legislation is sponsored by our colleague from South Carolina, the Majority Whip, Representative James Claiborne. Earlier this Congress, the House Natural Resources Committee held a hearing on this bill and ordered it favorably reported by unanimous consent. I want to thank Representative Claiborne for championing this bill, and I urge my colleagues to support its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that last week we celebrated National Park Week. Each April, we celebrate our national parks and invite every American to get out and actually experience them. My home state of Oregon harbors 5 units of the national park system: Crater Lake National Park, Fort Vancouver National Historic Site, the John Day Fossil Beds National Monument, Nez Perce National Historical Park, and Oregon Caves National Monument and Preserve. I look forward to at least the next century of visitors discovering Oregon's parks and everything Oregon has to offer. In recent years, the National Park Service has made a concerted effort to provide a more inclusive look at American history to ensure that our parks tell the stories of all Americans. I applaud the National Park Service for its efforts to make all Americans feel welcome and included in our national park system. S-270, the Brown versus Board of Education Historical Site Expansion Act, adds to the Brown versus Board of Education National Historic Site, currently located in Topeka, Kansas, so that it includes or would include additional sites in South Carolina, Virginia, Delaware, and the District of Columbia, each as an affiliated area. This bill will help recognize and preserve sites associated with the Brown versus Board of Education Topeka case, which resulted in the landmark Supreme Court ruling that racial segregation of public schools is unconstitutional. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to the students, parents, and lawyers whose extraordinary courage and vision led to the dismantling of the separate but equal doctrine. I urge adoption of S-270 and look forward to it being signed into law. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Again, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from South Carolina, Representative Claiborne.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me this time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of S-270, the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Site Expansion Act. I thank Senator Chris Coons for his leadership securing the Senate's unanimous support for passage of this important legislation earlier this month. I'm proud to lead the legislation here in the House, along with our bipartisan co-sponsors, Congresswomen Lisa Blunt Rochester and Eleanor Holmes Norton, and Congressman Bob Good. As a former teacher of history and a student of history, I believe in the value of learning from our past. Many Americans don't know that the landmark Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision that desegregated public schools in 1954 combined legal challenges from 4 states and the District of Columbia. I represent one of those states and was fortunate to know some of the petitioners from Clarendon County, South Carolina, who challenged the separate but equal laws. Many of their photographs hang in my congressional office. In 2004, I wrote, in cooperation with the Palmetto Conservation Foundation, the book, Uncommon Courage, the story of Briggs v. Elliott, South Carolina's unsung civil rights battle. That same year, I was proud to lead the effort to present the Congressional Gold Medal of Honor to the leaders of that challenge, Harry and Eliza Briggs, Levi Pearson, and Reverend Joseph A. Delane. Their case, Briggs v. Elliott, was the first of those cases that later became Brown v. Board. The subsequent cases were in Delaware, Virginia, Washington, D.C., and of course, Topeka, Kansas. Today, there is a national parks site that was created by Congress in 1992 in Topeka that tells the story of the ordinary people who took this extraordinary action to ensure their children had equal educational opportunities. However, the other communities involved in this historic effort have no National Parks Service presence acknowledging their contributions. This legislation will right that wrong. It expands the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Site to include locations in each of the communities that were part of the lawsuit. When writing this legislation, I worked with the National Trust for Historic Preservation, who engaged with the communities that would be impacted to solicit their input. With the enactment of this legislation, the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Site will become more than the Monroe School building in Topeka. It will add Somerton School and Scotch Branch Schools in Somerton, South Carolina, to represent the Briggs v. Elliott. Hutchinson Colored School, number 107, and Howard High School in Wilmington, Delaware, to represent Belton v. Gebhardt. The former Robert Russell Morton School, now a museum, in Farmville, Virginia, to represent Davis v. County School Board of Prince Edward County, and the John Philip Sousa Junior High School in the District of Columbia to represent Bolden v. Sharp. Each of these sites will tell the story of how these communities fought to overturn the 1896 Plessy versus Ferguson decision that established the separate but equal doctrine. When Brown v. Board of Education overturned that decision and ended generations of inadequate education for black children, constitutional scholar Lewis H. Pollock hailed it as, and I'm quoting him here, probably the most important American government act of any kind since the Emancipation Proclamation, end of quote. I urge all members of this august body to follow the Senate's lead and vote in favor of expanding the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Site to ensure that all the communities that contributed to this landmark decision receive proper recognition. Having geographically dispersed historic sites that tell this great story will enable most students to learn from the past and understand the importance of making America's greatness accessible and affordable to all. With that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Reserve the balance of our time, Speaker.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers. I am prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
We are prepared to close as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge support of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and let me thank Representative Claiborne for his comments and for reaffirming that our national identity is driven by our history, and that history is something that all of us need to learn. And so with that, let me urge support of this legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 270? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2793 as amended.
The Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2793, a bill to reauthorize the Highlands Conservation Act to authorize states to use funds from that act for administrative purposes and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection, and the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. H.R. 2793, the Highlands Conservation Reauthorization Act, is led by my colleague, Representative Sean Patrick Maloney. The bill reauthorizes funding for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the U.S. Forest Service to protect and conserve the Highland region. The beautiful Highland region spans 3.4 million acres across Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, and Pennsylvania. This area has retained its splendor due in part to the passage of the Highlands Conservation Act of 2004, which authorized the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Forest Service to work with state and local governments and NGOs to conserve this ecosystem. Since 2004, $28 million in federal funds, matched by $53 million in non-federal funds, have permanently protected almost 13,000 acres of land. These lands protect clean and safe drinking water, sustain healthy forests and wildlife populations, encourage productive agriculture, and provide quality recreation opportunities for the public. I commend my colleague for his leadership on this bipartisan bill to reauthorize the Highland Conservation Act and ensure the continued success of this program. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 2793, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney of New York to reauthorize the Highlands Conservation Act. The stated purpose of the Highlands Conservation Act, which was signed into law in 2004, is, quote, to recognize the importance of the water, forest, agricultural, wildlife, recreational, and cultural resources of the Highlands region, which, as was indicated, spans some 3.4 million acres across Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania, and the national significance of the Highlands region to the United States. Under the current authorization, the governors of these states identify conservation partnership projects in the region and submit a list annually to the Secretary of Interior, who is tasked with working with the Secretary of Agriculture to submit a final list to Congress for approval and funding. H.R. 2793 would reauthorize the Highlands Conservation Act and would allow municipalities to enter into conservation agreements with the Department of Interior. This bill is a product of a bipartisan negotiation with the Committee on Natural Resources. I urge adoption of this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Representative Maloney, and thank him for being the driving force in bringing this legislation to this point. With that, I yield as much time as he may consume.
Well, I want to thank my good friend for all of his work and rise, Mr. Speaker, to support my bill, the Highlands Conservation Reauthorization Act,
the gentleman
which
is
would extend
recognized.
the Highlands Conservation Program for an additional 7 years through 2029. So if you've ever hiked through the public lands in the Hudson Valley, chances are you've enjoyed the experience and benefited from the land conserved and protected by the Highlands Conservation Program. Or even if you've looked upon the extraordinary works of art in the Hudson River School of Painting, the most famous American school of painting, you will see these lands in the Hudson Highlands and wonder, as we do, who are lucky enough to live there, at their beauty. For more than 2 decades, or nearly 2 decades, the Highlands Conservation Act has been a critical resource for the protection of these lands throughout a 5,500 square mile area of the Highlands region covering New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, and Pennsylvania. It includes many of our great state parks in my district, including Harriman State Park, Bear Mountain State Park, Storm King State Park, Hudson Highlands State Park, and Fonsstock Memorial State Park, to name a few. And the bill funds vital projects to safeguard our water supplies, conserve our forests, protect wildlife, expand outdoor public recreation opportunities, and save agricultural resources. Over the past 18 years, the Highlands Conservation Act has delivered on its promise. It facilitated the permanent protection of nearly 13,000 acres of land that contributes to clean drinking water, protection of wildlife, expansion of recreation opportunities, and of course, the sustainable economic growth that we all want. Since 2007, New York has received over $14 million through the Highlands Conservation Act, funding that supported 18 specific projects conserving 4,000 acres throughout my district in the Hudson Valley. For example, in 2015, the Act helped incorporate over 230 acres of land into the Clarence Fonsstock Memorial State Park in Putnam County. That's right down the street from where I live. I spend a lot of time there. Absolutely beautiful. In 2016, funds from the Highlands Conservation Act helped conserve nearly 700 acres of land, linking the western Hudson Highlands State Park in Orange County, and so much more. It's also responsible for the addition of 1,200 acres that make up the Fishkill Ridge portion of the Hudson Highlands State Park. More than 25 million Americans live within just an hour's drive of the Highlands region, and so by passing this bill today, we can ensure that the Highlands are protected and remain a beautiful natural resource for them and for our entire country for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the Highlands Conservation Program has been an extremely effective program, not just for my district, but for the entire region and our country. And the entire conservation community should do well to congratulate itself today. But I just want to mention a few people locally. Mark Zakutansky from the Appalachian Mountain Club, my friends Ned Sullivan, Andy Bicking at Scenic Hudson, Katrina Schindeldecker and Michelle Smith with the Hudson Highlands Land Trust, Tim Abbott with Housatonic Valley Association. I thank them all for their extraordinary work, and I thank the chair, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona.
We have no further speakers, Mr. Speaker, and then we'll be prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, urge my colleagues to support the legislation and yield back the balance.
The question is, the gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 2793? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3525 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3525, a bill to establish the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between myself as chair of the Committee on Natural Resources and the chair of the Committee on House Administration regarding this legislation.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of H.R. 3525, the Commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act, introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Grace Meng. This legislation would establish a commission to study and report on the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture in the District of Columbia and its surrounding areas. The establishment of this commission is the first step in the acknowledgement and the acknowledging the long history, role, and contribution of Asian Americans in American culture. I want to thank Representative Meng for championing this piece of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support it and to support its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3525, offered by Representative Meng to authorize a commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture. My home state of Oregon has a proud and growing Asian American and Pacific Islander population. Oregon is home to many cultural centers, museums, gardens, and historic sites related to Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage. This commission would be tasked with preparing a report for Congress and the President, providing recommendations regarding the feasibility of establishing and maintaining a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture in Washington, D.C. The Commission would be required to consider several factors, including the availability and cost of collections to be acquired, the cost of constructing, operating, and maintaining the museum, and the feasibility of the museum becoming part of the Smithsonian Institution. While I supported this bill, I am concerned about the significant financial and operational challenges that adding an additional national museum to the Smithsonian's portfolio could pose. Just 2 years ago, Congress authorized the establishment of the National Museum of the American Latino and American Women's History Museum. In addition to constructing 2 new museums, the Smithsonian is facing a facilities maintenance backlog approaching $1 billion. Identified collection storage needs, a $900 million renovation of the National Air and Space Museum expected to conclude this year, and ongoing rehabilitation of other historic structures on the National Mall. I appreciate Chair Grijalva's willingness to address Republican concerns about the Smithsonian's capacity. At markup, an amendment was adopted to require the Commission to consider the potential impact on the Smithsonian's existing maintenance backlog and identified construction or renovation costs for new or existing museums. Additionally, I appreciate an amendment adopted at markup to prohibit the use of federal funds for the Commission. These are good governance amendments that will strengthen the Commission's work and eventual report. I appreciate our friends on the other side of the aisle taking this bill through regular order and working with Republicans to address our concerns. I urge adoption of the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from New York, Representative Meng, for as much time. No, I yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of the legislation, Representative Meng.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of H.R. 3525, a bill I authored to establish a commission to study the potential creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture. I want to first thank Chairman Grijalva, Ranking Member Westerman of the House Committee on Natural Resources, Congressmember Bentz, and Chairman Neguse and Ranking Member Focher of the Subcommittee on National Parks, Forests, and Public Lands for their work with me on bringing this bill to the floor. Second, I want to thank Speaker Pelosi, Leader Hoyer, and Whip Clyburn for their support on this historic legislation. I also want to acknowledge and thank Chairperson Lofgren of the Committee on House Administration for her support in moving this bill forward. I first introduced this bill in the 114th Congress, and during that Congress, we witnessed the opening of the National Museum of African American History and Culture that our former colleague, the legendary John Lewis, spearheaded for decades. Since then, we have seen legislation establishing the National Museum of the American Latino and the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum signed into law. Our communities and caucuses have stood together in each of these efforts, and it's a joy to see this AAPI Museum Study Bill arrive at this point today. America is filled with diverse stories of achievement and moments of tragedy. Within our shared history, there are countless tales of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders, or AAPIs, contributing to every facet of our nation. As far back as the 1700s, AAPIs have shaped American society. From the Chinese laborers who helped build the Transcontinental Railroad, a vital piece of U.S. infrastructure, to the thousands of AAPIs who fought for fair working conditions for agricultural workers during the Hawaii sugar strike of 1946, AAPIs have and continue to shape this nation's history. Yet those contributions are often unheard of and simply forgotten. It is time to change that. A national museum dedicated to collecting, preserving, and displaying these tales is long overdue. Museums provide a space to reflect on our past, assess our present, and dream of the future that we are working towards. My bill is one step closer to the creation of a national museum dedicated to our AAPI American history. The commission established through this legislation will be comprised of experts in their respective fields who will be responsible for studying the feasibility of creating a national museum and providing recommendations to Congress on whether to and how to establish a national museum. Additionally, the Commission will study logistical questions of exhibit curation, fundraising capacity, cost of creating and maintaining such an institution, and whether or not this museum should be part of the Smithsonian Institution. AAPIs are the fastest growing ethnic group in America, and the contributions of this community have shaped our nation's infrastructure, economy, culture, and so much more. We must never forget that AAPI history is also American history. Today's consideration of H.R. 3525 is a necessary step to ensure the full face of American diversity across our entire country is displayed. I urge all of my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Thank you.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Reserves.
The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Andy Kim. Representative Kim.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair, I rise today in support of H.R. 3525, the Commission to Study the Potential Creation of a National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act. The contributions of Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders to this great nation have been enormous. The history of AAPIs is rich, but this history is rarely talked about, and the contributions often go unknown or unrecognized. I'm often asked how someone can learn about AAPI history, and admittedly, I don't know as much as I should. And now more than ever, with the rise in hate crimes like the Atlanta shootings and other acts of violence in New York City and throughout the country, we keep hearing this phrase, "You don't belong here." I've heard that throughout my life, and sadly, my two little boys, 4 years old and 6 years old, have already heard hurtful words that have labeled them in ways they don't yet understand. Like many, I don't want my kids to understand who they are through sources of hate and discrimination. I want them to feel pride in who they are, pride in AAPIs, and pride in our place in this nation. Our story is not just an Asian American story, it's an American story. The history is not just an Asian American history, it's American history. And this history isn't just for AAPIs to learn, it's for all of us. Together, through learning, we can come together, creating greater understanding, a closer-knit community, celebrating the richness of this nation. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona
Reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we have no further witnesses and are prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Let me yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Representative Cardenas.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I rise today in support of H.R. 3525 to commission a study for the creation of the National Museum of Asian Pacific American History and Culture Act. Asian Americans have been contributing to the fabric of our United States of America from its earliest days, helping to build, shape, and defend our great country. This long overdue museum will serve as a gateway for everyone to see, feel, and understand the countless truths and the stories of Asian Americans, stories of perseverance, dedication, and beating the odds to achieve their dreams. Those from trailblazers like Larry Itliong, a Filipino-American labor leader who organized with Latino civil rights leaders like Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta. My father worked in the fields, and I remember when I was a little boy, he told me once, and I quote, "When I worked in the fields, I wanted to work harder than everyone else. The people who always worked as hard as me and challenged me were my Filipino colleagues working in the fields." I quoted him in English, although my father spoke to me in Spanish. Our people like Constance Wu, Aquafina, and Ali Wang, whose contributions to the arts have positively impacted millions of Americans. These stories and so many more deserve to be told and understood. I'm proud to support this bill. I can't wait to see the day this museum is on the mall with the American Latino Museum, the Women's Museum, the African American Museum, and the Native American Museum. And I'd also like to take a point of privilege to say thank you to Grace Ming, who at one time was the only Asian American legislator in the legislature in New York. Not the first one, but she was there by herself, and she was a caucus of one, and she is now in the United States Congress, serving our community proudly and representing her community proudly as well. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Chair, we have no further speakers and are prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
We are also prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say how important this bill is, in part because of the incredibly valuable folks we have in my part of my state, including the Kitamuras, the Nagakis, the Maedas, the Nambas, the Saitos, the Itos, the Tanakas, the Taramuras, and many others, all of whom are absolutely wonderful parts of our community. They're also incredibly conservative, and I am sure will be happy to see the portions of this bill that reflect the agreement to make sure that we're able to pay for whatever it is that we do. They are truly deserving of this recognition, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, and this legislation is important. It comes at the right time. It's an affirmation that of the inclusiveness, diversity, and the equal status of all of us as Americans. And I am very proud to support this, urge its adoptions, and yield back the remainder.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 3525, as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5973 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 5973, a bill to reauthorize the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act of 1990 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material under the measure under consideration today.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. H.R. 5973, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Reauthorization Act, is sponsored by my friend and colleague of the Natural Resources Committee, Representative Debbie Dingell. This bill reauthorizes funding for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to combat pollution, invasive species, and habitat loss in the Great Lakes region. The Great Lakes Basin is the largest body of fresh water on the planet, holding 18% of the world's freshwater supply. Some 35 million people across 8 states and Canada depend on the basin for drinking water, jobs, and recreation. The Great Lakes is also a habitat to more than 500 migratory bird species and more than 100 species of fish and many of them endangered and threatened species. However, agriculture and industrial waste pose a threat to the water quality in the basin. There are extensive populations of harmful invasive species, and wildlife species are at risk due to habitat loss. Fortunately, since 1990, the Fish and Wildlife Service has worked with local communities and NGOs to restore the Great Lakes Basin by tackling pollution, removing invasive species, and restoring essential habitats. Congress has reauthorized funding for this important program 3 times, and I urge them to do so again today so that the Fish and Wildlife Service can continue the excellent work that they are doing in protecting that extraordinary and necessary ecosystem. I commend my colleague, Representative Dingell, for her work on this important bipartisan bill. I urge its adoption, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 5973, a bill sponsored by our colleague, Representative Debbie Dingell of Michigan, to reauthorize the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act. Under the authorities provided by this law, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service developed 6 common Great Lakes fish and wildlife restoration goals in collaboration with state and local partners. To date, 81 fish and wildlife restoration grant projects have been funded through this cooperative effort. This law has been reauthorized 3 times, most recently in 2016. The bill we are considering today would extend these authorities until 2027 without increasing funding authorization. We appreciate Congresswoman Dingell's commitment not to move this bill until the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service provided a mandatory report to Congress. In late March, we finally received this report, which allowed us to evaluate the current program and its progress toward meeting its goals. I commend Congresswoman Dingell for her leadership on this legislation and urge adoption of the measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlelady, Representative Dingell, as much time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman from the state of Michigan is recognized for as much time as she may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your incredible support, and to my Republican colleague for his kind words and how we can work together. I rise in support of the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Reauthorization Act. This bipartisan legislation, which I'm leading with my other colleagues, it's Congressman Darren LaHood, Congressman Paul Tonko, and Congressman David Joyce, supports fish and wildlife conservation efforts in the Great Lakes. Since 1998, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act has provided critical resources for coordinating conservation efforts across the Great Lakes ecosystem. This longstanding bipartisan backing underscores the efficacy of the proven conservation mechanisms in this legislation, including collaborative, private-public partnerships that maximize the impact of federal funding to make landscape-level improvements to our fish and wildlife habitats. A recently released report on the program by the Department of the Interior found that as a result of the Fish and Wildlife Grant Program, authorized by the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act, the significant progress that has been made in addressing the 6 Great Lakes restoration goals specified in the legislation. This includes control of sea lamprey populations across the Great Lakes, progress on the restoration of lake trout in Lake Huron, leading to reducing stocking targets, and other species recovery efforts vital to sustaining the very unique ecosystem of the Great Lakes Basin. However, continued work is required to protect the Great Lakes for future generations, given the environmental pressures that this region faces. To that end, the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act will authorize funding for the Great Lakes Fish and Wildlife Restoration Act for 5 years for fiscal years 2022 through 2027 at the current funding levels. This legislation has broad bipartisan support, as well as the backing of a variety of groups dedicated to safeguarding the Great Lakes, including Ducks Unlimited and the Great Lakes Fishery Commission. These Great Lakes are 90% of the fresh water in the United States. We must protect them. I urge all of my colleagues to support this important legislation, which will ensure our Great Lakes are protected for many generations to come. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no further speakers. We're prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
We're also prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yield back, balance of our time.
The question, the gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 5973 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6023 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6023, a bill to require the United States Postal Service to continue selling the Multinational Species Conservation Fund semi-postal stamp until all remaining stamps are sold and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you. I also ask unanimous consent to include in the congressional record an exchange of letters between myself as chair of the Committee on Natural Resources and the chair of the Committee on Oversight and Reform regarding this legislation.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 6023, the Multinational Species Conservation Fund's Semi-Postal Stamp Reauthorization Act, is led by my friend and colleague on the Natural Resources Committee, Representative Jim Costa. These multinational species conservation stamps are a unique way for Americans to contribute to important conservation projects. Semi-postal stamps are postage stamps sold at higher rate than standard stamps. When purchasing this type of stamp, Americans elect to contribute the extra charge to a specific fund or cause, in this case, the conservation of threatened species worldwide. African and Asian elephants, great apes, turtles, rhinos, tigers are threatened from decades of habitat loss, poaching, pollution, and climate change. These stamps support efforts to tackle poaching, improve community engagement and outreach, restore habitat, and raise public awareness about wildlife trafficking. In fact, between 2011 and 2017, these stamps raised almost $4 million for conservation projects. However, the U.S. Postal Service has had to stop selling them when the program's authorization ran out. Approximately 49 million stamps remained. Annual appropriations bills have been directing the Postal Service to continue selling the stamps, but in a piecemeal fashion. This bill would fix it once and for all. The bill directs the U.S. Postal Service to sell all the rest of these stamps, and in doing so, we can continue to support the ongoing conservation efforts for endangered species around the world. Let me thank Representative Costa for the work on the legislation, urge support for it, and I reserve the balance of our time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6023, a bipartisan bill sponsored by Representative Jim Costa of California to reauthorize the Multinational Species Conservation Fund Semi-Postal Stamp Reauthorization Act of 2013 and to require the U.S. Postal Service to sell all remaining Multinational Species Conservation Fund semi-postal stamps. The Multinational Species Conservation Fund Semi-Postal Stamp Act of 2010 first directed the Postal Service to issue this stamp to support the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Multinational Species Conservation Fund, which provides grants as previously outlined by the previous speaker. According to the Fish and Wildlife Service, stamp sales have raised more than $5.7 million for the fund as of 2019. The authorization for offering the stamp expired in 2017, at which point the Postal Service suspended the sale despite having more than 49 million printed and unsold stamps on hand. H.R. 6023 would direct the Postal Service to sell the remainder of these stamps and report to Congress when all have been sold. I commend Mr. Costa for his leadership on this legislation and urge the adoption of the measure. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and would inquire whether my colleague is prepared to close as well.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Speaker, we are prepared to close.
Gentleman is reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Urge adoption and yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields back, and the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6023 as amended? Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6201 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6201, a bill to extend the authority for the establishment of a commemorative work to honor enslaved and free black persons who served in the American Revolution and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Benst, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, sir. I rise in support of H.R. 6201, the National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act, introduced by my friend and colleague, Representative Bonnie Watson Coleman. This legislation would extend the authority for the establishment of commemorative work to honor enslaved and free black persons who served in the American Revolution. Extending this authorization will allow the congressionally authorized National Mall Liberty Fund, D.C., to continue fundraising and construction of this memorial near the National Mall in Washington, D.C. I want to thank Representative Watson Coleman for championing this bill. I urge my colleagues to support its adoption and reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6201, offered by Representative Watson Coleman, would extend the authorization for the establishment of a memorial to honor the approximately 5,000 enslaved and free Black Revolutionary War patriots who served as soldiers or provided civilian assistance during the American Revolution. In 2014, Congress authorized the National Liberty Memorial to be established in Area 1 in Washington, D.C., which is defined by the Commemorative Works Act as a location just off the National Mall. Under the Commemorative Works Act, sponsoring organizations are provided a 7-year period to construct the memorial, which unfortunately has expired. The subject matter of this memorial is extremely important, and I support extending the authority for the National Mall Liberty Fund, D.C., to continue its valuable work to construct a lasting memorial in our nation's capital to honor the brave, enslaved, and free Black Revolutionary War patriots that fought to secure American independence. I urge adoption of the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield as much time as she may consume to the sponsor of the legislation, Representative Watson Coleman.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized for such time as she may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank Chair Grijalva for bringing my bipartisan bicameral bill to the floor, and I want to thank my Republican colleague for supporting same. H.R. 6201, the National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act, would extend authorization of the National Liberty Memorial, a monument to honor the Black and Indigenous soldiers who risked everything in the name of the American experiment. If not for the sacrifices of Black and Indigenous soldiers, we may not be the independent nation that we are today. By the time the Continental Army marched to victory in Yorktown, these soldiers made up a quarter of George Washington's forces. I'm willing to bet that many Americans don't know this, and because until recently, I certainly didn't. That's because at best, the teaching of the Revolutionary War fails to highlight the contributions of soldiers of color, and at worst, it actively whitewashes them. To wipe these soldiers from the story of our independence is to falsify the historical record. In our current moment, where fundamental truths about our history are under attack, we must right this wrong. Black and Indigenous soldiers sacrificed too much to be erased from the narrative of our nation's war for independence. I authored the National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act on their behalf. I thank Congressman Hinson, Senators Murphy and Grassley for joining me in introducing this legislation. I also thank National Liberty Memorial Fund, D.C., for agreeing to build the memorial. I hope that in addition to educating the public and honoring soldiers of color, this memorial will illustrate the importance of teaching the complete, honest truth about our history. I hope that it allows Black children, like my granddaughter, to grow up in an America where the trials and tribulations and triumphs of their ancestors are recognized. By telling the full story of our past, we can pave the way for a more inclusive future. I am very proud to support and urge the passage of this bicameral and bipartisan legislation, and I do pray that my colleagues, Democratic and Republican alike, will vote yes on the National Liberty Memorial Preservation Act. And with that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey yields back. The gentleman from Arizona reserves. Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Gentleman is prepared to close.
We're prepared to close as well.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back the balance of time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I urge support for the legislation and yield back the balance.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back the balance. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6201 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. And for what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6651.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 222, H.R. 6651, a bill to establish an Alaska Salmon Research Task Force.
Pursuant to the rules, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona for such time as he may consume.
Thank you. Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Without objection, so ordered. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. H.R. 6651, the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act, establishes a task force of fisheries, scientists, and Alaskan stakeholders to study, address, and prevent salmon fishery disasters in Alaska. Led by the late Dean of the House, our colleague and friend, Representative Don Young, this bill is a perfect example of how he fought for what is best for Alaska. Salmon are a vital part of the Alaskan way of life. Their cultural, economic, nutritional, and recreational impact cannot be overstated. But over the past decade, there have been several fishery disasters that have put those very salmon at risk. These financial, ecological, and cultural strains have created an increasingly dire situation for the Alaskan communities that rely on salmon, especially native Alaskan communities. This bill creates the Alaskan Salmon Research Task Force, a group of members from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, and Alaskan stakeholders to ensure that Alaskans are at the forefront of the Alaskan salmon research efforts taking place in their backyards. I believe the bill is a fitting tribute to our departed friend. It elevates Alaskan voices, especially Native Alaskans, and it brings stakeholders together to build consensus and find practical solutions to this pressing issue in our 49th state. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to safeguard Alaskan salmon fisheries for generations to come, and I reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves the balance of his time. I now recognize the gentleman from Oregon.
Thank you, Madam
Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6651, the Alaska Salmon Research Task Force Act, sponsored by our late colleague, the Dean of the House, Representative Don Young of Alaska. The day before his passing, Congressman Don Young was in our Natural Resources Committee room discussing the need for this legislation. Since 2018 alone, the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration has issued 14 fisheries disaster determinations in Alaska. This bill seeks scientific answers and recommendations to solve these declining salmon runs. Specifically, the bill would require the Secretary of Commerce, in consultation with the Governor of Alaska, to create an Alaska Salmon Research Task Force composed of up to 19 individuals representing various sectors of the salmon economy and culture. The intent of the task force is to create a coordinated salmon research strategy and support collaboration and coordination in salmon conservation efforts. The task force must also produce a report and recommendations within 1 year of convening. If Mr. Young were here today, I am certain that he would remind us that salmon are important to Alaskans due to their cultural, economic, and recreational value. I urge my colleagues to honor the late Dean of the House by supporting this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further requests for time and would inquire of my colleague whether their side is prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, we are prepared to close.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge support of the legislation and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6651? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill S-497.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 497, an act to establish the American Fisheries Advisory Committee to assist in the awarding of fisheries research and development grants and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, each will control 20 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, chair of the full committee on the Interior.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the matters under consideration.
Gentleman, without objection.
And, Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The chair of the Natural Resources Committee is recognized for
Thank
such
you.
time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of S-497, the American Fisheries Advisory Committee Act, led by Senator Sullivan and the late Representative Don Young. This legislation establishes a committee to manage awards for fisheries research and development grants. This important funding, provided under a grant program at NOAA, helped maintain and sustain competitive fisheries and working waterfronts. The Fishery Advisory Committee would be comprised of representatives from the different coastal regions of the United States and would include members of the seafood harvesting and processing industry. This structure ensures that research and funding decisions are informed by those who work and live in each region. The inclusion of seafood harvesters and processors, recreational and commercial fishers and growers, and members of the fishery science community as representatives for each region will promote equitable, sustainable, and science and fact-based fisheries management, ensuring longevity and productivity of this vital industry. I urge support of the legislation, and I reserve the balance of our time, Madam Speaker.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz, is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of S-497, the American Fisheries Advisory Committee Act, introduced by Senator Dan Sullivan of Alaska. This legislation is simple. It directs the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to reestablish an American Fisheries Advisory Committee for the purpose of selecting grant projects that meet the research needs and priorities of the commercial fishing industry. This committee will include a board of experts with members chosen regionally and across all sectors of the fishing industry, and will help provide significant input on how research grants will be focused on fishing communities. One goal of this bill is to keep fishing communities healthy and viable through local collaboration. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, which was introduced in the House by our late colleague, Representative Don Young, and commend Representative Young and Senator Sullivan for their efforts. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
From Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have no further requests for time, and ask my colleague if they're prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I think the same response as the gentleman, and yield back the balance of our time.
Gentleman from Arizona yields back all time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 497? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. What purposes?
Madam Chair, on that, I request the ayes
From
and
Arizona
nays.
rise. Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings are postponed. For what purposes does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 44-1 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 441, a bill to provide for the conveyance of certain property to the Tanana Tribal Council located in Tanana, Alaska, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, Chair of the Natural Resources Committee, and the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bentz. Each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the matters under consideration.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Thank you again. H.R. 44-1, the Don Young Alaska Native Healthcare Land Transfers Act of 2022, serves as a testament to the legacy of advocacy that the late Dean of the House and our friend Don Young of Alaska provided Alaska Natives. Don was this particular bill was something that he has as recently as right before his passing, before we all left, a piece of legislation that he was urging upon me to move as quickly as possible, and I'm glad that we've been able to get it to this point. This legislation directs the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to convey certain parcels of land in the Tanana Tribal to the Tanana Tribal Council, the Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium for the purpose of expanding social and healthcare services. Together, these 3 nonprofit entities support the Alaskan Native communities as tribal health and social service providers in both urban and rural settings. The Tanana Tribal Council, located in Tanana, Alaska, provides outpatient services to Alaska Natives. Since the council is rurally located, healthcare services are often underfunded and harder to come by. This legislation's conveyance of approximately 11.25 acres of land to the council will allow it to build a new facility, expand existing services to its Indian Health Service beneficiaries, and thereby increasing the quality of care available. The Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium delivers care to Alaska Natives as one of the oldest and largest Native-run health organizations in the United States. The consortium operates the Mount Edgecombe Hospital, a 25-bed critical access facility located in Sitka, Alaska, which is in serious need of renovations due to its age and current condition. This legislation conveys roughly 10.87 acres of land to the consortium. This will facilitate the planned modernization of the hospital by granting the consortium title to the acreage. The Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium serves the healthcare needs of thousands of Alaska Native and American Indian patients in South Central Alaska. The consortium provides medical services at the Alaska Native Medical Center in Anchorage, Alaska, and provides wellness programs, disease research and prevention, rural provider training, as well as water and sanitation systems construction. This legislation will grant the consortium ownership of over 2 parcels of land totaling approximately 3.5 acres. Thus allowing the consortium to streamline its operations and conduct building refurbishments without reliance on the federal government. My late friend and colleague, Representative Don Young, championed these 3 land transfers, now combined into H.R. 441, to promote health equity among rural Alaska Natives. His work on behalf of Indian country never ceased during his time as Congress. I'm grateful that we are here today to support this legislation and these 3 critical tribal health entities in Alaska, but also a reminder of the support that Indian country received from Don Young. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and call for its swift passage, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized for such time as he may consume.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 441, as amended, would direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Indian Health Service, to convey by warranty deed and for health-related activities certain parcels of federal land to the Tanana Tribal Council, the Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium, and the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium. This amended text is a compilation of 3 separate Indian healthcare land transfer bills for the state of Alaska introduced by the late Congressman Don Young. All 3 of these bills were favorably reported out of the Committee on Natural Resources by unanimous consent. during this Congress. The first land transfer directed under this act includes 10.25 acres of land in Tohono, Alaska. In 1995, the Tohono Tribal Council assumed responsibility for health care services from the Indian Health Service. The parcel of land the tribe is seeking title to encompasses a portion of a former Indian Health Service hospital site. The hospital intends to use the land to construct a new community wellness clinic, expand elder care, and develop nursing services. The second transfer includes 10.87 acres of land that is part of the Mount Edgecombe Hospital campus in Sitka, Alaska. The Southeast Alaska Regional Health Consortium is a native-run, nonprofit health organization that assumed responsibility for providing health care services from the Indian Health Service in 1976 and currently operates its Mount Edgecombe Hospital in Sitka. The consortium intends to use the parcel to support future hospital expansion and replacement. The third land transfer under this act includes 3.5 acres of land that is part of the Alaska Native Medical Center campus in Anchorage. In 1999, the Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium assumed responsibility for health care services from the Indian Health Service, and the consortium provides comprehensive medical services at the Alaska Native Medical Center. The ANTHC is the largest Native-run nonprofit health organization in the United States, serving more than 178,000 Native Alaskans. Gaining title to the parcels will enable the ANTHC to streamline its operations, update and refurbish, and expand the hospital's capacity to offer health services to patients outside of Anchorage. Before I conclude, I would like to take a moment to again recognize all of the hard work Congressman Young put into serving his constituents, and notably his work for Native people in Alaska during his tenure in Congress. I think it is more than appropriate that we are renaming this legislation after the late Dean of the House, further memorializing his efforts for Native Alaskans. Mr. Young will be deeply missed by all of us. I urge support for this bill and ask for its quick adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
That's inquire of the gentleman if there. I have no further speakers or requests for time.
We have no further speakers.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves.
Madam Speaker, we have no further speakers.
Gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam
For
Speaker,
such time as he may consume.
I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Oregon yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you. And before closing, let me thank Representative Bentz for his work on these pieces of legislation today, and in particular to acknowledge your work on Representative Meng's H.R. 3525 in particular. Those are difficult things to navigate there, and we appreciate the effort on your part, and hopefully we were as cooperative. With that, let me yield back the balance.
From Arizona yields back the balance of his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 441 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 497, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 497, an act to establish the American Fisheries Advisory Committee to assist in the awarding of fisheries research and development grants and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida and Mr. Butterfield, North Carolina, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I am informed the House that they both vote yes on S 497.
For what purposes did the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Swazi, Dr. Lowenthal, Mr. Smith of Washington, Mr. Levin of Michigan, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Ross, and Mr. DeSaulnier, informing the House that these 7 members will vote yes on S 497.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. DeFazio of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. DeFazio will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Joe Morelli, Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland, Congresswoman Chantel Brown, and Congresswoman Robin Kelly, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on S 497.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Carey from Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Carey will vote yea on S 497. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Joaquin Castro, Julia Brownlee, Vicente Gonzalez, and Richie Torres, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 497.
Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Waltz of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Waltz will vote yea on S 497.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Murphy, I inform the House that Ms. Murphy will vote yes on S 497.
what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson, the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Van Taylor of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Van Taylor will vote yay on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. O'Halloran, I inform the House that Mr. O'Halloran will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on S 497.
Purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Louis Gohmert of the great state of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Gohmert will vote yea on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yea on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. David Trone, I inform the House that the member will vote yes on Senate Bill 497. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition?
As a member designated by Representative Sparks of Indiana pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Representative Sparks will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Christ of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Christ will vote yea on S 497.
Purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, I inform the House that she will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Angie Craig, and Mr. Connor Lamb, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Congressman Chuy Garcia, I inform the House that he will vote yes on S 497.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition? On this vote, the yeas are 404 and the nays are 11. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. From Pennsylvania, Montana, seek recognition. I knew you were Montana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today to remember the 73 police officers who lost their lives in the line of duty last year across our nation. Law enforcement officers put their lives on the line every day to keep our community safe and protect those who cannot protect themselves. Supporting our brave men and women in law enforcement should not be a polarizing issue. But unfortunately, activist groups and politicians have called to defund the police and in some cases inspired and encouraged violence against the thin blue line. Already in 2022, shootings of police officers have spiked 43% across our country. Sadly, we will only see more officers killed from anti-police rhetoric spewed by the radical left. The absence of law enforcement means our communities are less safe, enables crime to surge, and thugs will roam the streets freely without consequence. I stand here tonight to say without reservation that I back the blue, and I will continue to do everything I can to get them the resources they need to do their jobs and to make America safe again. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Dr. John E. Quattrocchi's 100th birthday on May 2nd of this year. Mr. Quattrocchi is a longtime resident of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. He's an accomplished veterinarian and a World War II veteran. At 22 years old, John enlisted in the Army Air Corps, which is now the United States Air Force. He was a transport pilot and flew C-47s. Throughout his service, he had many jobs, but one of the most important was towing gliders during the last airdrops of the Second World War. After service, John returned to Punxsutawney, earning his veterinary degree, and he served as a local veterinarian for nearly 60 years. I had the privilege of being with John and his wife Irene on Sunday. We celebrated his birthday a little early as a part of Loyalty Day in Punxsutawney. John, congratulations on this magnificent milestone. I pray that God will continue to richly bless you, your wife Irene, and your family. Happy birthday. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, if you want to let the people in the back, we still have a few more seats down front as well, if they would like to come down. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor Corporal Ray Sims, an American hero who served during the Korean War. Corporal Sims enlisted in the United States Army and was sent to South Korea following his initial training. On January 31, 1951, his company was attempting to drive the enemy from an excellent defensive position on Hill 592. During the mission, Corporal Sims noticed a hostile emplacement containing an automatic weapons crew. Corporal Sims realized that the attention of the enemy gunners needed to be distracted so another element could flank and destroy the bunker. He moved forward with his rocket launcher and fired upon the enemy. Corporal Sims successfully distracted the enemy but was wounded during his efforts. He kept firing on the position despite his injuries, which allowed his company to flank and capture the position. It took 18 months of surgeries and rehabilitation for Corporal Sims to fully recover from the wounds he received that day. For his bravery, Corporal Sims was awarded the Bronze Star with Valor, Purple Heart National Defense Service Medal, United Nations Service Medal, and the Korean War Service Medal. Our country's heroes are the men and women of our armed forces, Madam Speaker, not the ones who throw the football or catch the baseball or shoot the basket. Like Ray Sims, who served and sacrificed for our freedom, he is a real hero. It is my honor to recognize Corporal Ray Sims as Tennessee's 2nd District April 2022 Veteran of the Month. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I was pleased to join the Hoya Cordell to Europe, which included a number of countries and also the border between Poland and Ukraine. That's why I'm stunned by the remarks of Foreign Minister Lavrov, who indicates that Russia warns of nuclear war risks as Ukraine talks go on. Well, let me speak directly to Foreign Minister Lavrov. Maybe Russia should stop the bestiality, the cruelty, the brutality of this war, the killing of children and seniors and leaving people to starve and leaving their soldiers on the battlefield. It is important that peace talks has an opportunity, but saber rattling gets you nowhere. And frankly, you would be as much afraid of a nuclear outright war than anyone else. Ukraine has a right to be a sovereign free nation, and their children have a right to grow up free in this world. And democracy has a right to exist over autocracy. I believe this is Putin's war, a senseless, vile, and violent war. Thank you to the strength of the people of Ukraine. It's important that the Biden administration do as they have done, and we should applaud them for what they are doing, and as well to acknowledge what Germany is now doing in providing the air-to-ground
The
weapons.
gentlewoman's time has
Stand
expired.
with Ukraine and stop the saber-rattling. Russia, stop the war. I yield back.
What purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we have a continued tragedy and a crisis at our border. Since President Biden took office, over 2.2 million legal immigrants have been apprehended at the southern border. In March alone, there were over 220,000 illegal encounters at our border, a 600% or so increase since 2020. Madam Speaker, the Biden administration's complete disregard for their obligation to secure our border is having tragic impacts on America and in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. In fact, today, Madam Speaker, in a briefing on Title 42, the Biden administration did not lay out a plan on how they were going to prevent an overwhelming surge at our southern border from lifting of Title 42, but instead described their efforts to increase the number of accommodations, buses, and secret plane flights that have occurred in my district, and they will need to move the mass number of illegals coming into our country. These are reckless, inhumane policies. They need to be stopped, they need to be corrected, and this House, both Republicans and Democrats, need to stand up for our citizens. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Sorry, I'd like make unanimous request to speak for a minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I'd like to report on what I did during my time off. I spent time at the Mexican border, both in San Diego and Yuma, and received a further shock, if that's possible, on what I think is the most important story facing America today. Indeed, every reporter or every major news organization ought to have somebody be making daily reports on the border. 2 weeks ago tonight in Yuma, I saw two groups of about 80 people crossing into the border. So you understand those people were from Colombia, Venezuela, Peru, Cuba, Bangladesh, India, and Uzbekistan. In other words, the whole world is coming here. Because of the huge amount of paperwork, the average Border Patrol agent reports to work, and unlike immediately guarding the border like they should, 70% of them are doing paperwork. At the end of their shift, 90% are doing paperwork. For that reason, it's not surprising that confiscation of drugs is going down. Not because there are less drugs coming into our country and killing 100,000 people a year. The reason so few drugs are being confiscated is we have a shortage of Border Patrol agents, and they've got to spend all their time doing paperwork. I beg the rest of my colleagues to go to the border and learn about this. Thank you very much.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the 90th birthday of the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 660 in Savannah. Post 660 is the oldest veteran service organization in Savannah and has helped the veterans community tremendously through fellowship, charity, and patriotism. The VFW organization traces its roots back to 1899 when veterans of the Spanish-American War and the Philippine insurrection founded local organizations to secure rights and benefits for their service. Since then, the VFW has aided countless veterans in their post-service life and continue to carry on the legacy of service. Post 660 in Savannah has been a prime example of what the organization was founded on and what it set out to do. The VFW has raised money for memorials such as the Vietnam and Korean War memorials in Washington, D.C. It has also worked with the Veterans Administration to craft a GI Bill for the 20th century. These feats are only a few that speak to the impact this organization has had on our community and our country. I want to thank and congratulate VFW Post 660 for their 90 years of service to Savannah's veterans, and I look forward for the years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the subject of the special order.
Without objection.
I now yield my time to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Kaptur.
I thank the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, and I rise tonight to urge passage of the Lend-Lease Act for Ukraine. I think Madeleine Albright would like this very much. Putin's unprovoked war on the sovereign nation of Ukraine is an attack on freedom-loving people around our globe. Not since the costly, tragic wars of the 20th century has the world seen such a test of liberty's survival. The Lend-Lease is an uncommon tool for uncommon times. These are uncommon times. Just as Franklin Roosevelt marshaled U.S. arms for the aid of our allies in World War II, we must now marshal those same resources to defeat a tyrant seeking to rebuild his fallen tyrannical empire. Ukraine is a scrimmage line for liberty on the European continent. If the world allows Putin to claw Ukraine under his command, our Central and Eastern European allies may very well be next. The time to act is now. Pass the Lend-Lease Act, arm Ukraine, defeat the Russian war machine. The fate of liberty rests in the balance. This is our watch in freedom's defense. Let us meet this test. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentlewoman from Michigan, and thank her very much for the time.
Of course. Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to one of our country's greatest public servants and diplomats. Madeleine Albright was a stateswoman, a trailblazer, and someone who has been a friend and mentor to me and to so many other women in national security. I want to appreciate Speaker Pelosi and Majority Leader Hoyer for creating this special order hour and allowing me to host it here and allow members of Congress from across this entire body to contribute some remarks, some recognition for a woman who has done so much to change the course of history in the United States. And I think it's particularly important because not only was she our first Secretary of State, not only was she at the UN, not only does she have a storied history in national security in the executive branch, she was also here in Congress as a congressional aide, a chief of staff, a national security staffer that made her mark in this body as well. She was also a national security staffer at the White House, one of the first women to represent our country in the United Nations, and of course, our very first female Secretary of State. Her remarkable career and achievements are made all the more astonishing by the fact that she first came to this country as a refugee, having first left Czechoslovakia to escape the Nazis and then again to flee communist rule in Eastern Europe after the Second World War. Secretary Albright would be the first one to tell you that her story would only be possible in the United States, the country she loved and served even long after her time in government had come to an end. She left her stamp at the UN and at the State Department with her intelligence, her passion for human rights, and her unwavering commitment to democratic ideals. On the world stage, she stood up to dictators, shined a light on human rights abuses, and championed diplomacy and democracy. Even though she had always been an idol for me as a young woman in national security, I actually didn't get a chance to meet her until 2018, until I became a member of Congress. But the years that I've spent getting to know her since then have been incredibly important to me. I think what many of us will recognize and remember is the class of 2018, that large group that were elected in 2018 to come into this body, the most women that had ever been elected, one of the most diverse classes that had ever been elected, one of the classes that contained the largest number of national security people, people that were veterans, people that were former intelligence community folks like myself. Madeleine Albright was the speaker when we all traveled to Williamsburg for our orientation, our sort of session to get to know each other and how to be a member of Congress. And I met her there along with her wonderful chief of staff, Jacob Friedman, and basically had the honor of hosting her and walking her around the room. And what I remember very clearly is that she had admiration coming at her from every corner, young, old, early parts of their career, later parts of their career, and importantly, Democrat and Republican. One of the fondest memories I have from that first year with her was when she actually took me up on an offer to come to Michigan in early 2020, right before the pandemic really began, and we did a road trip around Michigan together. I'll go into that in just a moment, but I note that the speaker has just arrived at the floor. Yes? Okay. Don't want to keep you waiting, ma'am. We did this road trip across mid-Michigan. She was already over 80 years old. She took me up on this offer. She spoke at Michigan State University. She spoke at Oakland University. She did events for folks at restaurants and in private homes. We had her on an incredible schedule, an incredibly busy schedule. And she kept us on our toes and was never short of a kind word or a borderline saucy joke the entire time. No matter where we went, her presence was electric, and one of my proudest moments was watching. We brought in all the honor students from the Rochester and Rochester Hills areas. These are young people still in high school, and I actually questioned whether they would have a connection to this woman who had been the first female Secretary of State long before some of them were born. And it took about 1 second for her to get a complete rock star welcome. All the students who came out and were desperate to talk to her about service, about being the first women, about how to think about leading in their own careers, and all the barriers that she had shattered. At a separate event at Oakland University, the reception was no less boisterous. We had, I think, up to 500 people. We were oversold. People from across the community wanted to come in. And even at a moment of deep polarization for our country, here was a woman who seemed to supersede politics. For us in Michigan, and with so many Michiganders who left, we have so many Michiganders who left the Balkans to come to the United States and resettled in Michigan. She, with that community, is truly a hero. It's now etched firmly into the history books that Secretary Albright was the driving force behind engaging the United States in ending the genocide in the Balkans. She understood that while America is not perfect, the world is better off with a strong American leadership role in that world. She used her moral authority to bring American might into that conflict, and then later negotiated the peace that, ever tenuous, still holds today. Her visit to Michigan was filled with people whose fates were quite literally changed by her having a seat at the table as Secretary of State. And being able to see that up close was truly remarkable, an experience for me and for all the people who came to greet her. And I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that as someone who has spent her career in national security, there just aren't that many senior women we have to look up to for guidance, for mentorship. There are very few women who had navigated the complicated waters of working and leading in male-dominated fields. Not only did Secretary Albright blaze a new trail for women in national security, she also raised the bar for all of those who would succeed her. She became the gold standard. But despite all the accomplishments and accolades, this was a woman who never let ego cloud her actions. She was humble and gracious with everyone I saw her meet and engage with in Michigan, students, parents, perfect strangers. She was generous with her wisdom and insights, but never full of herself. For her, the work she did in government was always about serving the country that she loved, the country that welcomed her and her family as refugees when she was just 11 years old. Her preferred way of continuing to serve after leaving office was by teaching the next generation of national security leaders. Her passion for her students at Georgetown University was evident to everyone around her, and it's no exaggeration to say that an entire generation of rising public servants are better prepared for the challenges of the 21st century thanks to her guiding hand. So this is how I will remember her: as a down-to-earth, warm, saucy leader who meant something to perfect strangers and world leaders alike. I am so grateful for the years that I had to get to know her and for the chance to introduce her to the next generation in my state. As we mourn the loss of this incredible humanitarian, we also celebrate the life and achievements of a woman whose impact, both here at home and in the farthest corners of the globe, will be felt for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, I yield to the gentlelady from California. I'm sorry, ma'am. The Speaker of the House, Speaker Pelosi.
Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Slotkin, for arranging for this special order and for just speaking so beautifully about Madeleine Albright, a person that we all loved so very, very much for so many years, and to hear you, a new member, relatively new member of Congress, but a woman in national security, making your own mark in a significant way, recognize the greatness of Madeleine. It's just a joy, right, Steny, to us to see another generation of women leaders in security. Speaking about Madeleine. Madeleine Albright was, she was a stateswoman. She was a champion of national security in our country. She was the embodiment of the American dream, her family coming when she was 11 years old, refugees to our shores. Her personal story is the makings of novels and movies and the rest. But she was fresh and frisky, and she had a sense of humor that was wonderful. And when I remember when the night of the, Congressman Slotkin, the night that there was a debate in St. Louis for the presidential, when President Clinton was running for president, we had dinner after the debate, and I said, well, Madeleine, would you like, are you interested in participating in the administration? I was a relatively new member of Congress at the time. And she said, well, I don't want to go overseas. So I thought, I know what you want. You want to be ambassador to the UN. Because that would be of the stature, and yet she did not want to go overseas. She wanted to be home for all kinds of different reasons. And what a magnificent ambassador she was for us to the United Nations. And then, as it would turn out, to become the first woman to be Secretary of State. This is such an exalted position. Thomas Jefferson was Secretary of State, and Madeleine Albright was Secretary of State. And as Congresswoman Slotkin made, she had boundless energy. She would be, well, she was on the campaign trail after serving as Secretary of State, on the campaign trail, and she was, as you said, a rock star. She was a major attraction. People loved to see her. I want to say, because my husband loved her so much, my husband Paul, who was the chairman of the board of the Georgetown School of Foreign Service for a couple decades, I think. It seemed like a long time. He worshiped at the shrine of Madeleine Albright. When she would call me, if he had the phone first, I would have a hard time getting it away from her because he thought they were the best of friends. She was my girlfriend, in addition to being someone I admired so greatly. And she would always call the day before your birthday because she wanted to be the first one to wish you happy birthday, which, of course, I was looking forward. You know that, right? She said, what I'm looking forward to this year, and instead we would get this very sad news that she had, with all the dignity of Madeleine Albright, with all of the warmth and greatness of her, be with her family right up to the end. Alice, Ann, and Catherine, thank you for sharing your mother with us. And again, to Sister Kathy and Brother Joel. Her brother John. Another thing I want to mention about her is, I don't know how many of you were at the funeral of Brzezinski, National Security Advisor Brzezinski. 2 people spoke at his funeral in the church. Some of us spoke afterward in the more informal setting, but 2 people spoke at his funeral. President Jimmy Carter and Secretary Madeleine Albright. And what a beautiful compliment to speak for another great American patriot, born overseas and coming to America to make his mark. And she spoke so beautifully about America and about patriotism, about civic responsibility and the contribution he made, but that she was chosen to make that speech with the president was really so clearly appropriate and great to hear her speak. Now, she had a collection of pins, and that she would always say when she'd go to a testimony or go to give testimony or whatever it is, read my pins. Sometimes it would be an American eagle, sometimes you never knew what it might be. And she even toured the country with her pins, and people showed up to see Madeleine's pins because she had something about her that was She knew how to connect with people, this great intellect and the rest. I just go back to Paul in closing to say this. She taught at Georgetown for 40 years. For 40 years. You mentioned this next generation of young diplomats and the rest. They took such pride in her leadership, her service, her being a professor there, that were cooking up how they were going to observe for 40 years and this or that. And again, she had other plans to be in heaven and look down on all of us. How wonderful it is that tomorrow many of her friends from Congress and from and all, she made us all feel as if we were her best friends. I mean, I thought so. I mean, I think many of us thought that. So many of her loved ones, whether they were diplomats or people in service, would be there to praise her. As an ambassador to the United Nations and Secretary of State, she represented our nation with great poise and distinction and brilliance on the world stage and worked relentlessly to keep Americans safe and America secure. As a trusted voice on foreign policy in those jobs and beyond, because her influence extended long after her actual service in public office, but also as a professor. She was quick to sound the alarm with the rise of autocracy. As you know, she wrote about that in her book, at home and abroad, and a prescient warning that remains an important guide and resource today. And then as a professor at Georgetown, which we as the Pelosi family, we take great pride. My husband went there, my kids went there. I have an honorary degree there, and we all feel associated with Madeleine. She shaped the next generation of leaderships, just as you said, by sharing her hard-earned wisdom and experience. So tomorrow, many of her loved ones, whether it's from the government, politics, security, academic world, friendship, girlfriends, hairdressers, wherever we met together, her family, first and foremost, which she loves so much, will join Madeleine's family and her loved ones to pay our final respects at her memorial at the glorious Washington National Cathedral. I said final respect. Well, I meant final respects for tomorrow. We'll be paying our respects to her in many things that are being planned already. The presence of so many members and diplomats at her memorial and 2 presidents of the United States to speak at her service will be another testament to her monumental impact she made on our nation and the world. I wish everyone would read the op-ed that another Secretary of State, a senator, a national figure, Hillary Clinton, wrote about Madeleine Albright. They were kindred spirits. They loved each other very much. They worked together with great respect for each other and for our country in such a beautiful way. Please, if you can, go to New York Times and read what the Secretary of State, I think she may be speaking tomorrow. I don't know what the program is, but I think she may be speaking tomorrow, too. So it was God truly blessed America with the life and the service and the leadership and the goodness of Madeleine Albright. May she forever rest in peace. And again, thank you, Congresswoman Slotkin, for affording us all the opportunity to pay our respects to our dear Madeleine, Madam Ambassador, Madam Secretary, Madeleine Albright. Thank you. Yield back. Oh, I forgot I should have been there, so you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for that personal tribute. I now yield to the Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer.
You can stand there. The gentlelady from Michigan, I thank her for yielding. And the Speaker Pro Tem, Ms. Jacobs. How proud Madeleine Albright would be of the 2 of you standing here, presiding here, and giving tribute to an extraordinary woman who must have been, particularly for women, she was for me as well, but particularly for women, an extraordinary example of success, of focus, of intellect, of achievement. And I thank the gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Slotkin, for taking this special order. And Madam Speaker, tomorrow, as the Speaker just said, at the National Cathedral, really the cathedral, the America's cathedral, many of us will gather to remember and celebrate the extraordinary life of former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. Secretary Albright was a dear and valued friend for over 35 years. As the chair of the Helsinki Commission, I worked closely with her on issues related to human rights and foreign affairs for years, for a decade that I was chair. Secretary Albright was a diplomat, a teacher, and a mentor to so many who now serve in our diplomatic corps and in the world of foreign policy. She was an author who used her pen and her voice to urge us both to see the untapped possibilities in our world and not to ignore the dangers that confronted our country, our freedom, and our democracy. Perhaps most of all, Secretary Albright was someone who never forgot the experience of being a refugee and a survivor of war and genocide. It gave her great insight and determination to confront the enemies of freedom and human rights. Her family fled Czechoslovakia when it fell under the oppression of Nazi occupation. Her determination was spurred as well when Czechoslovakia fell under Stalin's heel. That experience pushed her to spend her life working to keep others safe from those evils and to ensure that the world's democracies, led by America, took action to help those fleeing conflict and danger. In 2018, she released a masterful book that everyone ought to read, Fascism, A Warning. She said in that book, throughout his time in office, she wrote of Vladimir Putin, he has stockpiled power at the expense of provincial governors, the legislature, the courts, the private sector, and the press. A suspicious number of those who have found fault with him have later been jailed on dubious charges or murdered in circumstances never explained. She saw then very clearly the threats that he and others pose to democracy in our time. I miss her wise words. Luckily, she wrote a lot of them down, and those were some that we certainly ought to remember. Those insights, as Ukrainians' brave fighters battle a new tyranny and another criminal dictator. After she died, just days following Vladimir Putin's criminal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, whom the Speaker just mentioned, said, and I quote, "As has happened so often, the man with the guns was wrong and Madeleine was right." Right now, as the world confronts Putin's aggression, as we and our fellow democracies stand up to authoritarianism and tyranny, we do so better prepared, Madam Speaker, because of the warning and lessons that Secretary Albright gave us. In many ways, the most fitting tribute to her memory is the unity we and our allies are demonstrating in the face of Putin's threat to democracy, decency, and international law. Before Secretary Albright's death, President Biden had committed $424 million toward his presidential initiative for democratic renewal, which drew heavily on Secretary Albright's proposals and which sought to tackle the challenges she identified in her book, Fascism, A Warning. It is easier, she wrote, to remove tyrants and destroy concentration camps than to kill the ideas that gave them birth. This is a war of ideas, and America must lead the fight for democracy. Now, Secretary Albright's legacy is felt throughout the global alliance of our democratic allies and partners confronting Vladimir Putin and Russia together, where billions of dollars in both military and humanitarian assistance are being mustered and deployed in defense of democracy and human rights, the cause for which she lived and of which she spoke so eloquently. After Secretary Albright died, I spoke at length with my foreign policy advisor, Mariah Sixkiller, who was the part of the group that met at Secretary Albright's home for 15 years for discussions about American leadership around the world. I asked Mariah to just write a few words of her recollections. And she told me, quote, "I was honored to be at her table for 15 years and to learn from this great stateswoman." She was, as the gentlelady from Michigan has pointed out, witty, wise, bold, and brilliant, even unto her final days. Even, as the gentlelady from Michigan said, someone as old as 80. She went on to say, Mariah Sixkiller, she had the perfect combination of good humor and unique charm. Our speaker just reflected that, as the lady from Michigan did. She made us laugh even at the hardest times. All of us who knew her and who worked with her during her time in government remember that characteristics, wit and charm, along with her keen intellect and her vision of a more perfect union and more perfect, peaceful world. Madam Speaker, I particularly admired the dedication she had to the mission of standing up for the rights of women and girls worldwide. As the first woman to serve as Secretary of State, a successor to Thomas Jefferson and so many other extraordinary leaders who have served in that post, including, of course, Secretary Clinton. At a time when women were still having to prove they belonged in boardrooms and around cabinet tables dominated by men, she felt a unique responsibility to be a voice for girls and women striving to be all they could be, undefined by gender alone. And she was that voice. She knew that when women have more political, social, and economic freedom, societies are better off in every way. Democracies, she believed, are stronger, and democratization is more successful when women and girls can pursue opportunities in safety, equality, and freedom. The fight for women's rights never ended for her. Even as recently as just a few months ago, Secretary Albright was working furiously to push for more action to help women and girls in Afghanistan. We left Afghanistan. We left Afghanistan with the hopes that there would be some civilized action by the Taliban. Sadly, we have seen that they returned to their old ways of discrimination and putting down and disallowing young women to go to school, to prepare themselves for leadership. She was active, and as a matter of fact, the leader of the National Democratic Institute, which she chaired, which argued strenuously for the rights of those girls and those women. That was the last time we spoke directly, as we worked together to help save these courageous Afghans who dedicated themselves to the goal of creating a democratic future in their country. In the final months of her life, Secretary Albright wrote down some reflections to be included in a new memoir. Discussing what she perceived to be her own shortcomings, she shared this: "My parents taught me what the best teachers tell us all, that it is no sin to make a mistake, but unpardonable not to try to make the most of our talents." Fortunately for America and people around the globe, Madam Speaker, Secretary Albright made the most of the many, the legion of talents which she had and with which she was gifted. One of the greatest was as a teacher. As the Speaker said, she was a teacher for 40 years. And I would correct the Speaker in saying she was a teacher for at least 60 plus years. Although probably prior to 20, she was a teacher as well. She taught thousands of students over the course of an almost 40-year career in academia. As a professor in the practice of diplomacy at the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service, Secretary Albright helped train and launch the careers of so many who are leaders today for America's foreign policy and national security. That is why so many of us are going to honor her tomorrow, And we will not forget ever what she contributed to this country. A perfect example of how important it is to accept and have come to this country the brightest minds, the most committed people. What an extraordinary example of she was of the enrichment that immigration has given to this country. Moreover, she had an unwavering belief that women in the field of foreign policy must support each other. Mariah, you didn't give that quote, and I know Mariah is listening right now, but Mariah Sixkiller was my national security advisor, and she worked with me, and very frankly, Mariah knew what I believed before I believed it. She was extraordinary. Moreover, the inspiration that she gave to Mariah is still fired up in her eyes, in her speech, and in her thinking. She served as a mentor to scores of other young women who were students as well as her colleagues at the State Department. And she strove to ensure that these women got a seat at the table. Secretary Albright's legacy will live through these women who have followed in her footsteps and become the Foreign Service officers, ambassadors, working hard on behalf of the American people today and for a long time to come. Madam Speaker, we are so fortunate to have their talents in service to our country as a result of her example and advocacy. And I again repeat, as I'm sure she's watching, she is so proud, I hope, of our friendship, but so proud of Congresswoman Slotkin, so proud of Congresswoman Jacobs, as they rise on her behalf as leaders of this country. Tomorrow, we will bid Secretary Albright farewell. But our country and its leaders would be wise to keep her close in our hearts and in our minds in the weeks and months and years ahead. In many ways, the battle underway between democracy and despotism is one that Secretary Albright so presciently foresaw. That battle, which currently rages in Ukraine, reminds us, as she did, that the price of liberty is, in fact, eternal vigilance. We face a tortuous road ahead, one that will demand our energy, our faith, our perseverance, and our courage, all of which Secretary Albright displayed throughout her life. She believed that democracy would surely prevail, but she knew that that result required our constant attention. And when democracy prevails, as surely it must, it will be in no small part due to her work, her contributions, and her service. God blessed America with an extraordinary woman whose name was Madeleine Albright. And that name will be remembered for a long, long time to come. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, for those words. I know we have a few other members of Congress who are trying to make it here, so I'll just say a couple more things as we wait for them to come in. When I was with Secretary Albright and brought her to Michigan and we were on this road trip, I think most people know she is not a tall woman. No one ever would describe her as a tall woman. She's quite petite, and I drove her around in my Ford Escape, and we had to kind of help her into the front seat. It happened to be what's called Punchki Day in Michigan, Fat Tuesday. It's when we all eat these jelly donuts full of powdered sugar on top. We brought a box of those in the car, and she indulged me and tried a punchki that day. And we just had hours in the car driving around my very large district and got to talking. And I think that's one of the best things you can have when you're a younger person learning from someone who's really broken glass ceilings. You have time with them to just hear stories about what life was like. And she told me that her one regret in life is that she never ran for Congress. She never ran for office. She was a chief of staff up here, a legislative assistant. She was adjacent to campaigns pretty much her entire adult life, but she never actually ran herself. And I can only imagine how successful she would have been as an elected leader because, as Speaker Pelosi mentioned, she had that thing where she could connect deeply with anyone from any background. And not all members of Congress today elected have that, and she had it in spades. She had an ability, despite all the amazing things she had done, to connect with real people, with strangers. And I think people understood that she was confident because she had seen a lot of things in her life, and the woman had a code. She had a code that she believed in, a principled place with which she engaged in the world. And when you meet someone who has a code, you don't have to question whether they're kind of like a leaf blowing in the wind, that they'll bend to whatever whim. You have the confidence to know that this person is going to make decisions based on character and integrity. And she really had that, and it kind of oozed out of her, and people could see that and feel that. And I know that this body would have been much strengthened should she had ever decided to run for office. And I'm sorry that we all didn't get to see that, but she helped so many of us who were seeking elected office. And then just to add on what the majority leader said about her famous quote, right, that there's a special place in hell for women who don't help women. And I think we've all seen that quote, and I think most women understand exactly what that means. But let me just give you an example of, for many of us, particularly national security, what that really meant. When I joined the CIA as a young CIA officer in 2003, I was put on the Iraq desk. We were in the middle of the Iraq War. And I would often go and brief the senior-most folks at the CIA on kind of what was happening on a daily basis. And I would often go with mostly male colleagues into these rooms and brief very senior folks. And at the time, there was just a couple of very senior women at the CIA. They had clawed their way to the top. I think at that point, the most senior woman was the number 3 at the CIA, and there were a few other senior women in the analytics side of the house. And I would go in and brief, and I remember very clearly going in with all my male colleagues, my peers, and this very senior woman kind of had it out for the only other woman in the room, right? There was a generation of women who were basically, were so sort of tough in making it to the top that they really sort of internalized this idea that there could only be one senior woman, there could only be one woman who kind of was in the shop with the boys, and so any other woman that came there was a threat, and you were going to sort of put your sights on that woman. And I remember my male colleagues saying, man, like, she just has it out for you. And it was a thing that a lot of us in national security grew up with. Now, I'm happy to say that a few years later, that generation largely retired, and in came a next generation of senior leaders who believed in lifting women up. But when Madeleine Albright gives that famous quote, that there's a special place in hell for women who don't help women, she knows of what she speaks. It's not a general statement. It is something that I know she specifically had to deal with as a woman who was a leader on the Hill, a leader in the executive branch. And it is very hard, you know, when you're trained a certain way, to change your approach and say, I'm not going to repeat that kind of aggressive focus on women and sort of, I'm going to learn from my experience and do something different. And I think she really embodied that. But that's a very real thing that was still going on until relatively recently in national security circles. And then lastly, as we wait for Mr. Malinowski somewhere in the ether, he texted me to say that he was on his way. I will just say I noted that Secretary Albright died just about exactly a month after the start of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So I know that in her final days, she was watching, we're sure with rapt attention, what was happening in the world. And as has been said many times tonight, she really was a person sort of thinking ahead that this competition between democracy and autocracy was not over. It was not something of the past. It was not a Cold War era phenomenon that didn't exist anymore. It was very live, like a bone in the throat. And it gives me great peace that despite the terrible things that are going on, and watching the suffering of the Ukrainian people, that Madeleine Albright spent her life trying to push back on the kind of violence and dictatorship that we see active right now. And her words and her lessons are helping us parse through what to do in a place like Ukraine. We have a history in places like Europe, particularly the Balkans, in using American willpower and military power to help get us through these conflicts because she laid that predicate by pushing in her era when she was Secretary of State. Despite the fact that she didn't get to see the end of this conflict, I know that she would feel confident that whether it's in a few weeks or a few months, whatever time it takes, that the principle of democracy and freedom are not things you can just snuff out with the barrel of a gun. And I'm sure she would have felt that deeply as she was watching in her final days the events taking place in the world. I'm going to check. There he is. Okay. I'm going to yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you, Representative Slotkin. Madam Speaker, when people sometimes ask me to name an unusual fun fact about myself, something that no one would quite believe would be true, I sometimes say that at a younger point in my life, I had a chance to write and negotiate a 4-act parody performance of West Side Story with the Russian government. And I owe that experience to Madam Secretary, to Madeleine Albright. I was a young speechwriter at the State Department when she became Secretary of State. And I was so thrilled to have that opportunity because here I was, an immigrant from Poland when it was a communist country. Our new Secretary of State, an immigrant from Czechoslovakia, leaving that country under duress with her family when it became a communist country. I felt a kinship with this extraordinary American, a sense that we saw the world in similar terms. I saw her in every part of the world stand up for our country, for our values, for our interest. I saw her face down dictators and comfort their victims. And I saw her sense of fun. In 1997, we were on our way to a meeting of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, in Malaysia, and we learned a couple of days in advance that there was a tradition that every delegation would put on a skit at the end of this diplomatic meeting, something very, very unusual. And we heard furthermore that the United States had developed a reputation for really sucking at the skit. And that was not acceptable to Madeleine Albright. She was going to go and stand up for democracy in Burma and Cambodia and have a standoff with the Chinese over the South China Sea, but we were also going to win the skit. And so she assigned me to write a brand new version of Don't Cry for Me, Argentina from Evita, which became Don't Cry for Me, ASEANese. And we all got up there and performed it, not really knowing what the reaction would be, and it was reviewed in Playbook on Broadway. It was such a surprising hit. And we learned something really interesting, that in diplomacy, you can actually say anything, no matter how sensitive, no matter how potentially offensive to your diplomatic partners around the world, if you make it rhyme and you put it in a song. And so the next year, we got even more ambitious, and we went to the Russians and said, would you like to do West Side Story with us? And they said yes. And so my job, over the most stressful week of my life, counting my last two elections, was to negotiate into long hours of the night with Russian diplomats the jokes that we would make in this 4-act production of West Side Story. And we didn't think that they would do it until the last minute. The night before the performance at midnight, the foreign minister of Russia, Yevgeny Primakov, who had been the head of their KGB, stumbled in with his aides into Secretary Albright's suite, completely drunk, and said, "We're ready to rehearse." And we knew that we had it. Now, those were obviously simpler days, better days, when we could fight with the Russians on all kinds of issues, but still find some fellowship and some friendship and some opportunity to laugh together. Times have changed. And when I look at what is happening right now to the brave people of Ukraine and the evil that Russia has unleashed upon them, and so many other terrible things that the government of Vladimir Putin has done in recent years, I thank goodness for what Secretary of State Madeleine Albright did in the 1990s, particularly her role in leading the expansion, the first expansion of the NATO alliance. She understood, she saw before most people that it would be unjust to stay allied with Europe's old democracies, France, Germany, the United Kingdom, forever, but Europe's new democracies never, simply because they had once, against their will, been subjugated by the Soviet Union. She also saw it would be unwise, in fact reckless, to allow these Eastern European democracies to stay in a gray zone of insecurity, to signal to Russia that it could in effect do what it wanted in this zone, that America would not defend these countries. She said then of NATO expansion that it was basically about expanding the part of Europe where wars do not happen, that by making clear that we, the United States, will fight, if necessary, to defend our allies there, we would make the necessity of doing so actually far, far less likely. And she was right. Not a single member of NATO, old or new, has ever been attacked on European soil to this day. The only countries Russia has attacked are countries that do not have NATO's defense guarantee. I think one reason she saw these things is because as an immigrant to America, as an immigrant from tyranny, she saw America from the inside but also from the outside. She saw what America means, what the idea of America means to a human rights defender in Burma, to a dissident in China, to a refugee from violence in Kosovo or Bosnia. She comforted so many of those people and convinced them that America was on their side. She believed America is a special country, indeed an indispensable country. She understood that our influence in the world comes not just from the example of our power, but from the power of our example at home. And in her last years, when I would see her, she would often tell me that one of her greatest regrets was she never had a chance to run for office. She was jealous of those of us who'd worked with her over the years who decided to run for Congress, because she understood that we can't do anything for others if we are not safe and strong at home in our own great American democracy. Years ago, when I worked for her, she gave a commencement address, and I'll just close with these words that she spoke. She said, "There's no certain roadmap to success, either for individuals or for generations. Ultimately, it is a matter of judgment, a question of choice. In making that choice, let us remember that there is not a page of American history of which we are proud that was authored by a chronic complainer or a prophet of despair. We are doers. We have a responsibility, as others have had in their times, not to be prisoners of history, but to shape history. A responsibility to fill the role of pathfinder and to build with others a global network of purpose and will and law that will protect our citizens, defend our interests, preserve our values, and bequeath to future generations a legacy as proud as the one that she was honoring that day. To that mission, she said, I pledge my own best efforts and summon yours. We pledge our best efforts to that mission here today and we summon those of everybody who is watching this evening. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Congressman Malinowski, for those moving remarks. As I conclude here, I just want to thank everyone who came to speak, and I feel extremely proud that these remarks and just a taste of the Secretary's legacy will be kept forever in the record, the official record of the People's House. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for morning hour debate and noon for legislative business.